Hello, I'm Bob Ross, and I'd like to welcome you to the 28th Joy of Painting series. If this is your first time with us, let me extend a personal invitation for you to get out your brushes and your paints and paint along with us each show, and I'll show you how to put some of nature's masterpieces right up here on canvas. And if you've been with us before, please allow me to thank you for inviting us back for another series of painting shows. So I tell you what, let's start out today and get right to it. Let's have them run all the colors across the screen that you'll need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done up here. Today I have a 18 by 24 inch double prime pre-stretched canvas up here, but you use any size that's desirable to you. I just picked this size because it seems to work well. And all I've done today is covered the canvas with a very thin, very thin coat of liquid clear. And the clear is transparent, of course, and so it's very easy to put too much. Very thin, very small amount. I thought today we'd just have some fun. Let's do a little painting today that'll just make you feel good inside. I'm gonna start out and mix a brown color using alizarin crimson and sap green in about equal proportions. I thought today I'd show you how to make a painting that looks like it's on wood, but it's really on canvas. It's very simple, and if you've never painted before, this is one that you can do. This is an easy one. This one you'll have immediate success. There. We just mix the color up like so, and as I say, this will make a beautiful warm brown. And when you're mixing the green and the crimson together, you can pick if you want it toward the greenish side or toward the reddish side. Normally I sort of like it toward the reddish side, but that's just my personal preference. And I'm going to pick a little bit of titanium white and then mix it right into this brown color. This is a very transparent color, and I put a little white in there just to give it a little bit of opaqueness. All right, let's go up here, and once again, we have liquid clear up here. So I'm just going to try to make this look like old wood, just about like so. It really doesn't matter. I'm just going to make some streaks up and down through here. There, and you can make them as dark or as light as you want them. It's up to you. By adding different amounts of white, you can change the value or the color and just let it go. Wherever. Something about like that. There. Sometimes you might want to put a little more of the crimson in just to give it a little reddish tone, a little reddish flavor. Sometimes maybe even a little touch of black. Make it look gray. Just depends on what kind of wood you're trying to make here. There. That's continually mixing with the liquid clear that's already on the canvas. There. If this was not a wet canvas, you'd have a devil of a time trying to make this paint just slide on there. But since it's wet with the clear, this is very easy. And I'm sort of doing this in streaks, so it looks like wood. I want it to look like old boards that maybe somebody's just nailed together. All right. There we go. And that's really about all there is to it. Once again, when you're doing yours, you change the flavor any way that you want it. If you want it to be darker or more to the gray hue, it's up to you, any way that you want it. Okay. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. So let's do that. We wash our brushes, since these are oil paints, we wash them with odorless paint thinner. I have a screen down here in the bottom of the bucket that I scrub the bristles against, shake it off, and then just beat the devil out of it. I'd recommend if you do that in your living room, you get some kind of protection because it'll change your whole decor in a matter of seconds. Now let's have some fun. We'll take just a fan brush, put in a little paint thinner, shake off the excess, and very lightly, I'm just going to allow that thinner to work right down through here. Just a little paint thinner, and it'll take a second for this to start working. But paint thinner and liquid clear have quite a violent little reaction, and it'll make it look like wood grain as it begins to work. And think about individual boards here and sort of change the grain a little bit. There. And you can make this any old way that you want it. This piece of canvas really is your world. And on this piece of canvas, You have total and absolute power. You can create any illusion that you want here. See there? But just let that paint thinner work. And if you have a little nervous twitch in your hand, it'll pay you great dividends here. Just let it wiggle and jiggle and carry on, and it'll begin to look like old wood as it works. And maybe over here, maybe this one sort of goes like that. Wood grain is not always straight. It goes in every old direction. Just sort of depends on how the old tree lived, if it had a good, easy life, or sometimes maybe the old tree had a rough life and wood grain's all gnarly. There. All right. But you just do this till you have it the way that you like it. It's very, very simple. There. And it doesn't have to just be with brown. You can do this with any color. You may want it to match the decor of a certain room or something, and maybe you need it done in blue. You can certainly do that. The secret is the liquid clear and the reaction that it has with paint thinner. There we go. That's all. Maybe over in here. See there. But isn't that fantastic? So simple. All right. And as I say, if you've never painted before, this you can do. Okay. Now we've got a canvas that's beginning to look like old wood, and it'll take a few minutes for this to work. But while that's working, let's just have some fun here. Let me clean off a little spot to work. Let's take some black. We'll use a little bit of the Prussian blue, some crimson, maybe even a little bit of Van Dyke brown. What the heck, we don't care. Pull it out as flat as we can get it, and then cut across and get a little roll of paint. See that little roll of paint lives right out on the edge of your knife there. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe back here in our world, maybe, let's get brave. Maybe there lives a happy little mountain back here. Just something very simple. And I'm just going to let it sort of fade off on the edges. Just wherever you want it. And you decide how many little peaks and bumps live in your mountain. Because you can create any kind of mountain that you want in your world. There. And we'll take our 2-inch brush, be sure it's good and dry, and pull that paint. Just let it move here. Give it a little pull. There, that's all there is to it. What I'm doing here is removing excess paint, and I want it to be misty at the bottom of the mountain. Something about like that. All right. Now let's come back. Take a little bit of the titanium white. I'm going to put the least little touch of bright red into it, just to warm it up. Be very careful. The bright red is unbelievably strong. A little bit will set your whole world on fire. Once again, our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here. Now then, you have to make a determination. Where's your light coming from? I'm right-handed, so most right-handed people find it easier to have the light come from the right. Left-handed people will find that it's different for each person, because left-handed people have been forced to do right-handed things their whole life. Most of them can do it either way. Maybe they have an advantage on the rest of us. My brother's left-handed, and he can do things with either hand. I have trouble working with just one. I'm going to take a little phthalo blue now. I want a brighter blue. A little white, mix them together. Something like that. Now when you're doing your painting, use any color that you want. The only thing we want to do here is just show you how to make these effects. What you make is totally and completely up to you. Little roll of paint once again, because as you know, painting is a very individual thing. Everybody sees nature through different eyes, and what you see is what you should paint. That's the representation you should try to put on canvas. There. There's no right or wrong here. It just makes you feel good. Let you be creative. And I think we all have a little creative being that lives within us here. Go back to a little bit of the white. Maybe just put a little bump on the mountain there, just to break up that edge. He needs his own shadow, though. And allow it to pick up a little of that white and pull it down. It looks like light sort of dripping over the side here. It's a very nice little effect. And it'll happen automatically for you. Don't worry about it. There. Now then, we get a good, clean, dry 2-inch brush. And I want to create the illusion of mist right down here at the base of this mountain. So tap, but pay particular attention to angles. See the angles coming down? Follow those angles. Over here, go in this direction. Just like so. There. And then very gently, 2 hairs and some air, just lift upward, like that. So that it creates a nice, soft, misty area right down at the base. Okay. Now we got to make some more big decisions. What lives back here? In our world, let's just take that mountain color. That was Prussian blue, black, some brown, some crimson. And we're going to add sap green in there too. Well, we just basically have all the dark colors thrown in. Mix them up. Wipe off the old knife. There. Let's have the fan brush. Going to load a lot of color in there. And maybe, let's go up here. Maybe in our world lives, yep, you're right, a happy little evergreen tree right here. Maybe there's several evergreen trees. They live right here in front of this mountain. There we go. See, that's all there is to it. Give him a little friend. Everybody needs a friend, even a little tree. There. Maybe, yep. You decide. Just sort of look at your painting, because each person's painting will be different and unique. Different in every way. We don't try to teach you how to copy here. We try to teach you how to be creative in your own right. We only want to show you how to make effects. There, because if you can paint one evergreen, you can paint a million. It's up to you. Maybe, oh, what the heck. Maybe there's a bigger one over here, and that'll be the last tree. We just sort of let this wander off on the edge. There we go. Maybe there's one there that's, maybe he's not totally straight. He didn't want to be a telephone pole when he grew up. There. He just wanted to be an individual. You decide. Wherever. I didn't know he was going to do a forest, but that's okay. You put as many trees in your world as you want. Many as you want. Let's get brave. Over here on this side, big old tree. We need a daddy tree here. There he is. Big, tall guy. There, strong tree. All right, and maybe another one. We really are going to do a forest here today. Something about like it. It doesn't much matter. We just want to put in some happy little indications of trees and bushes that live back in there. Let's take some white, a little dark sienna, mix them together. And we'll make a nice brown. Cut off a little roll of paint once again. Practice loading your knife with that little roll of paint if you're just starting. That little roll of paint works for everything. And we'll put the indication here and there and there and here. Well, some little tree trunks that live way back in there. We don't know how many's there. You can cut in the indication of some trunks. Maybe the tree's passed away. Because that happens in the woods. And he just leaves his trunk hanging there. There. Now, we just use that same brush. What the heck, we'll go right into some cad yellow, yellow ochre, Indian yellow. Just sort of mix them on the brush. But since there was blue and black in these colors, then we're going to automatically get beautiful greens. Okay, load a lot of color in the brush, see? Both sides are full. Let's go up in here. Now, we said our light was coming from the right in this painting. So place more emphasis on the right side of the tree than the left. You knew that. I know. There, just a reminder. And a little bit in here. And each one doesn't have to be painted totally in, because you won't see each one, especially down toward the base here. We just have little indications. There. See? That's all there is to it. And leave the base of the tree darker than the top. There, because there's not as much light's going to hit the bottom. Not as much light. It's dark and shadowy down there. That's where all my little animal friends live. See my little squirrel Peapod. He lives up here in the tree, and then the little bunny rabbits and stuff. They live down here at the base. Maybe we'll show you some little squirrels in this series. I've got some little friends I'll show you. Okay, let's go back and find a 2-inch brush. Take a little bit of that color right there, and I'm going to pull it straight down. Straight down. Let's make a nice reflection down here. Maybe this is water. Pull it straight down. That easy. When I was a traditional painter, one of the hardest things to do was reflections. Now it's one of the absolute easiest things there is to do. That's all there is to. You pull it down, go across, and it creates that little illusion. And we can go back to our little fan brush, yellow ochre, the color that was on there. Once in a while, a little bright red. And we can go back up in here, and let's make some decisions. Maybe there's some little bushy areas back at the base of these trees. Wherever you want them. That's where they live. Right there. Just wherever. See, make it all jagged so you have little places that maybe you can take a canoe and sneak back in there. And big old trout lives in there. I like to fish, but I'm not a very good fisherman because I catch them and take them out of the water and take the hook out and put a Band-Aid on them, give them a little CP, or pat them on the tutu and put them back in there. So they'll be there the next time I come. We'll take a little of the liquid white on the knife and just cut in an indication here and there of a little water line that just sort of floats around. Just sort of a little light area that's between these darks. There. That's all there is to it. But act just like you're trying to cut a hole right through the canvas. Right through the old canvas. And canvas is tough. Chances are you're not going to hurt it. You'd have to take a running start and hit it to damage it. Okay, let's get a small brush. Now, a small brush in our style of painting is a 1-inch. That's all right. I'm going to pull it through that same dark color in one direction. Notice that the brush is straight down, pulled in one direction, load a lot of paint in it. See, then when you turn it, it has a rounded corner. We want that rounded corner toward the top. Let's go up here. Now maybe we'll have some little bushes and stuff that live back here in our world. Just push in. Don't let the brush slide. Just give it a little upward push. Bend it. Bend the bristles. Just bend them. See? And it'll help create that nice leafy looking effect. Maybe it comes out like that. We don't care. Doesn't matter. Anywhere that you want it. Anywhere that you want it. Now then, one of our golden rules, and if you've painted with us before, you certainly know this. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. The paints that we use here are very thick. They're very dry. They're not like normal oil paints that are soft and creamy. Very dry. So then we can take and put layers of thinner paint right over the top of it without waiting for it to dry between each layer. So I've dipped the brush into liquid white. Now I'm going to pull it through the greens. I got a little sap green here. See, just pull it same way, one direction, a lot of color. See, when you turn that brush over, then you have a rounded corner that goes toward the top. Okay, let's go up in here again. Now let's pick out individual little bushes and stuff that live in here. You don't have to push hard. Do one little bush at a time. He's your friend. Take care of him. Vary the color a little bit here and there, a little bit of the yellow ochre sometime, just to change the flavor. There we go. See, one little bush at a time though. Think about these little rascals. They're your friends. In a painting, these create depth. So take care of them. You want them to work well. There. You can put a little bit, and let me say that again, a little bit of paint thinner on your brush and go into color. If you don't want to change the value, because the liquid white, since it is white, needless to say, will change the value a little bit. It'll make the paint brighter and a little lighter. A little paint thinner will just keep it the same, only make it thinner. Okay. Maybe, I tell you, I know. Let's take a little Van Dyke brown, a little dark sienna mixed together. Let's have a little path. You need a way to get up in here to put your canoe in the water to catch that trout. Make up little stories when you paint. It really helps. If you know in your mind what this world is like, then it's more personal to you. You have a better time when you paint. And painting should be relaxing. It should take you to a world where there's no worries, there's no hassles. A little brown and white, just barely touch, just graze, just like you were laying snow on the mountain. There, see there? Now we have a little path. Now we want to set that path down into the painting. Take and put some bushes that come right over the path. See how that pushes it right down in there? We don't know where it goes back here. We don't care where it goes. It's just a happy little path that takes us back into a part of our painting that's very special to us. There. Something about like that. See, wherever you want them. All kinds of little doers live back in here. There we are. Now we can come back, take our knife, and in bushes there's always little sticks and twigs and limbs and arms that hang out and through here. You can take the knife and just scrape right through the paint and just allow the canvas to show through. And it looks like all kinds of little sticks and twigs and just little things that live in there. These show different layers or planes in your painting, and those planes, that's what creates the illusion of depth. I know you've looked at paintings and they look flat to you. That's the reason. It's because little things like this haven't been done. So you can put little hangy down limbs on the evergreens back in here, wherever you want them. All kinds of little things. Maybe a little stick lives over here. Just sort of let your imagination take you wherever you want to be, like that. You can also take the script liner brush. That's our only small brush. Put a little thinner on it. We'll use a little bit of brown just to show you how. But the big thing here is make the paint thin. It should get very thin. And the liner brush has very long bristles on it. There you can see them against that. Very long bristles that holds a lot of paint. So don't be bashful. Fill it up full of paint. And you can come back and you can put in little limbs and twigs and sticks and things that live here, wherever you want them. Just let them go. Where it's dark, then you can use a lighter color so it shows up. There, because there's little twigs and sticks in the woods that are light color. Something about like that. That's all there is to it. Many or as few as you want. Shoot, I think we've about got a finished painting. Let's sign this rascal. For that, I'm going to take a paint thinner once again, and I use bright red, but you use any color to sign your painting that you would like. One of the things that I get a lot of letters that's over and over say, how do I sign my painting? What do I use to sign my painting? That's very individual. Let's go up here. Some people use initials, some use their entire name, some use last name, some use first name. You come up with a way of signing your painting, and however you sign it, make it consistent, so that 100 years from now, when collectors are looking for your paintings, they'll know what to look for, and they'll know that on this day, you had a fantastic day, and today you experienced the joy of painting. And from all of us here, until the next show, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. And today I have one of my little friends with me I thought I'd introduce you to if he's cooperative here. This is a little baby fox squirrel. Turn around there, let's see you. Isn't he the most gorgeous little character? He's just a little baby. He's probably, maybe 4 or 5 weeks old. Just a little fella. He was orphaned, and one of the rehab ladies here in Muncie was taking care of him, Diana Schaefer, and I thought I'd share him with you. But he's one of the most fantastic little characters. I just love these little rascals. They're my friends. Right? How you doing? How you doing? You got a fat tummy. Yes, you do. Okay, I guess we have to go to work. You ready to go to work? Huh? Yeah. Okay, let me put him down because I would play with animals through the whole show. So let's start out today. I'm going to have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. And while they're doing that, come on up here and let me show you what I've got done already. I have my regular old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I'm using an 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. Today I've cut an oval out of contact paper and just put it over the top. Then in here, we've covered it with liquid white. That's all. I thought with that, maybe today we'd just do a gorgeous little painting. It's a lot of fun, and I hope you'll enjoy it. Let's start out with a little bit of the cad yellow. Very, very small amount. Don't need much. Only old 2-inch brush. Let's go right up in here. Let's do a painting that has a lot of color. Let's do a winter scene that has a lot of color. There we go. I like to do winter scenes, but sometimes they can be so cold, they're not very much fun to look at. So let's warm ours up. Cadmium yellow, without cleaning the brush, right into a little bit of yellow ochre. There. Something like that. And we just let them blend together. There we go. That's all there is to it. I like these combinations of colors because it makes a nice glow that comes out. Maybe, yeah, without even washing the brush again, bright red. So we have cadmium yellow, yellow ochre, and now we're into bright red. There we go. And using little crisscross strokes, little X's. See, we can just blend that right together. So you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. That's exactly what we're looking for. And tell you what, I'm gonna get another brush. I have several brushes, so I don't have to spend all my time washing them. I'll take a little touch of the phthalo blue. I don't want much, just a little, and maybe even add a little black to it. A little midnight black, a little phthalo blue. Not a lot of color. Up in here, we'll just complete this with some blue. But I don't want this to be very dark. Just enough to give it a little blue flavor. And that's really about all I need. Okay, now we can wash a brush. We wash our brushes with odorless paint thinner, since these are oils. And just beat the devil out of them. That's really the fun part of all this. Let's use a little fan brush, a little bit of white. Load a lot of paint on the bristles, and let's go up in here. And maybe in our world there lives a happy little cloud right there. I don't want one that's real distinct, just a little floater that lives right up in there. A little bashful cloud. There we go. We can take our little blender brush and very gently just blend this like that. Just blend it. And that easy, we have a fantastic little cloud. Maybe find a knife here. I'm going to take some alizarin crimson, sap green in about equal parts. Maybe a little more crimson than the green. I want this to be sort of toward the reddish side. But it's up to you. Clean off the knife. Let's have another fan brush. I have several of those too. Load a little color. And let's put the indication of some little clouds that live right here where these two areas come together. Using a little bit of that brownish color. Don't need a lot of paint. Little tiny circles with a corner of the fan brush. Little tiny circles. Tiny little circles. There you go. See? Just drop them in. Maybe over here some more. We'll just have them go all the way across. Why not? Why not? Something about like that. Wherever. There. Something like so. Okay, and we'll take the little blender brush and just begin blending it. Hope you like seeing that little squirrel. He's so cute. I set him in a little box here. But once I woke him up, he thinks it's dinner time now. That little rascal wants to be fed, so I'll have to feed him here in a minute. There we go. I have such a fascination for these little creatures. There. I really like them. If you've painted with me before, you know I'm almost obsessed with them. I'm going to take a little bright red, a little bit of white, but I like all of God's little creatures. I'm going to take at least a little touch of liquid white and add to that just to thin it a very, very small amount. Very small amount. Don't put too much. Shh, easy, a little bit. Let's go up in here. Now, I want to come back and highlight these clouds with that nice pinkish color we made. Nice pinkish color. There. You want just enough of the liquid white in there so that the color comes off your brush without mixing all together up here. There we are. And you just sort of figure out where you think light's hitting all these little things and drop them in. Just drop them in. Wherever. Something like that. There. I'm going back over here and maybe put a little bit right in here. Just a few indications. Back to my little blender. This little blender brush is very soft. Very, very soft. As my daddy used to say, it's tender as a mother's love. There. And in my case, that was very tender. Very tender. You can just wipe the brush off if you collect a little paint on it. Just wipe it on a paper towel or something. And very gently, just go across. That's basically all there is to it. And you can make a dynamite little sky that easy. And if you want to put little stringy clouds, you can just touch it with white here and there, wherever. And just paint over them, and it'll make like little stringy clouds that way back in the background somewhere. All right. Take a little bit of that titanium white. I'm going to mix it with some of that brown we made from the crimson and the sap green. Get a little more white. I want it to be light. And maybe in our world, yep, maybe back here lives a little soft hill way back in the distance. All we're going to do is just tap in some color like that, and then very gently lift upward. I want this one to be very soft, far, far away, very far. Back to our little blender brush. Tap. I want to blend that base out till it just looks like it's just hanging in the mist up there. Going back to the same color, only less white in it. That's still that brown that we made from the crimson and the sap green. Crimson and the sap green. Let's go back up in here, and maybe, you're right. There you go. Maybe there's another happy little foothill. It lives right there. You decide. Don't just try to copy. That's what's so fantastic about this technique. All we want to do is teach you how to make effects and turn you loose on the world, because each and every one of us will see nature through different eyes, and that's what you should paint. What you see is what you should capture on canvas. Gonna lift up. Once again, I want to make us look like little trees, live far away. But do this in layers, paint in layers. Do the thing that in your mind is the farthest away first. Do it first, and then come back. That way your painting will have distance and depth in it. And that's what makes your painting special. Shoot, let's get crazy. Yeah, why not? Just look at your painting and begin to see things in it. Notice this one's a little darker than the previous one. Each one, as it gets closer to you, each one of these little hills should get a little bit darker in value. Color should be a little darker. Look at that. Just use the corner of the brush, tap these in, then lift upward. That's all there is to it. Got to make those little noises or it doesn't work. There, see there? And already it gives the indication of thousands and thousands of little trees that live far back in the distance somewhere. We don't even know how far they are. We said we was going to have winter, so I'm going to take a little bit of the titanium white, just load some on the fan brush. Shoot, it's easy. And let's sneak a little snow back up through here. I should have done this before I put this one on here, but I keep changing my mind what I'm going to paint here, so that's okay. Anything we disturb, we just go back and put it in. no big deal. Because as you know, if you've painted with us before, we don't make mistakes here. We just have happy accidents. And by that, all we mean is that anything that happens here, we can work with. We don't worry about it. Absolutely don't worry about it. See? Just put that right back, lift it up, because this is our world. We control it. When I go home, the only power I have is over the garbage. It sits there and waits for me to come home and take it out. But here, I can literally move mountains. I'm going to get a least little touch of the bright red here and there, just to warm it. If all this color's in the sky, in my mind, there'd be some of that color way down here too. Something like that. I don't even know where we're going with this. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anything we don't like, we'll change it. There. All right. That's all there is to it. Now, let's have some fun. We'll save that brown. We might need some of that later. I'm going to take Prussian blue, midnight black, and how about some alizarin crimson too? Prussian blue, midnight black, alizarin crimson. Wipe off the old knife. Let's see here. I about used up all my fan brushes. Let me wash one real quick. They're not as much fun to wash. You don't get to beat and bang with them. It's a lot more fun when you can beat that brush and scare everybody around you. Look, the bristles full of paint. We have a good time here. Full of paint. Maybe in our world, here's your bravery test. Right there lives a big evergreen tree. Use the corner of the brush. As you work down the tree, use more and more of the brush and push harder and harder. You want to force the bristles to bend downward for this particular kind of tree. Sometimes we make the bristles bend upward, but today, let's bring it on down about there. How's that? Today, we're making them bend downward. Maybe there's a big tree that lives right there. And yes, I realize I'm on the contact paper, but that way it'll look like the tree just continues right down there. When we pull the contact paper off, see, we're not worried about this side because we're going to pull the contact paper off, throw it away. There. Okay. Looks like a mama and a papa tree. We need a little tree too. What the heck? He lives in our world right there. So we have 3 little trees. That makes a happy little family out here. There. About like that. Okay, back to our fan brush. It has the white. We can grab a little of that color and pull it. Just pull it, and automatically we'll create the illusion of a little shadow right under our tree. Just let that blend back and right on around. Got a little hair right there. Just lift him off. There. Since these are natural bristle brushes, sometimes a little hair just falls out, just like my hair. It's sort of wild and unruly. There. All right. Now let's find another fan brush. It's not so dirty. A little white, a little bit of the phthalo blue. Phthalo blue is such a nice warm blue. I'll be right back. I'm going to get a little touch of the liquid white. Remember our golden rule. A thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I have titanium white, liquid white, a little touch of phthalo blue. And with that, we can come back in here and we can just put the indication of some real nice little highlights that live right out in the air. There. In my mind, I think a light's coming from the right, so I'll emphasize the right side of the tree. But maybe you want your light coming from another direction. Up to you. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. Darker, darker, darker. And this one up here, that goes right off the contact paper. There he is. Darker, darker, darker. Shoot, you know me. If you had a lovely place like this, You'd have to live here. So if you're going to live here, you need a little house. Let's build this little cabin. He lives right there. Just scrape out a basic shape. I really find it easier if you use a knife and scrape out a basic shape. It does two things. It allows you to lay out your shape of your cabin without being committed. But more importantly, and you can hear I'm getting quite firm, more importantly, it removes the excess paint, so it's easier for the next layer to go on. Our brown was made from sap green, alizarin crimson. We'll just continue to use that brown. That's a wonderful brown. Very, very nice chocolate brown. I like that color. Cut off our little roll of paint. Let's go up in here, put a little back eave. The part, once again, is farthest away from you. And don't worry much about the bottom. We'll cut it off. Right now we're just putting in some dark brown paint. So our little cabin will have a place to, or have some fronts and backs on him. We'll take a little brown, a little white, mix it together here. That same brown color we were using. And a little white. Once again, our little roll of paint. This is your delicacy test right here. Barely touch. You might want to use the small knife for this. Sometimes it's a little easier to get in there. But look how it looks like old wood. And over on this side, darker. Just a hint. Just a hint over here. Let me wipe off the old knife. Take a little bit of the dark paint, and we can just come along and touch, and it'll make it look like old boards that live in there. Sneaky. Now we can do a cabinectomy on the base and just take out whatever we don't want. Clean it all up, get our perspective right. We need to fix the roof. This fella didn't have a roof on his cabin. I'll just use titanium white. See, a little roll of paint. And let's go right up in here. Just sort of outline the edges that you want to be nice and straight. That's cheating, but it works well. And then pull it. Works well. And I'm lazy. I look for things that work easy. Now, we need a little snow over here on the other side of the roof. Don't want him left out. There, something like so. Now I've taken a little bit of blue and white, same blue I used on the tree, and I just want to put a little on the edge. It makes the snow look deeper on your little cabin. Like it's been here for a long time. All right. I'm going to grab the small knife. Now, we need a door. Got to have a way to get in and out. So we just take a little dark, put us in a little door, a little highlight around the edge of the door, and that's all there is to it, making a little cabin. And that's just a very simple little cabin. You could go into much more detail, and you could turn it into a chalet here or a hotel or whatever you want in your world. There. All you need is a little imagination, practice a little bit, and allow this to take you anywhere that you want to be. Anywhere. You can do this. Every day I receive letters from fantastic people all over the world who tell me their fourth grade art teacher told them they had no talent and they never painted, but they always wanted to. And then some crazy fuzzy-haired guy came on TV and said, you can do it. And they tried it, and guess what? Guess what? They can do it. And if you can do this, you can do anything in your life that you believe you can do and you're willing to practice and work at. Anything. Anything. I believe that with all my heart. My son Steve, I'm always telling him he can have anything that he wants if he's willing to pay the price. Okay, let's use a 1-inch brush. Let's have some fun. Let's go into brown. This is that brown we made from the sap and the alizarin. Pull it in one direction. Turn it over like that. We want that rounded corner toward the top. Let's go up in here. And let's put in some little bushes and stuff that live in our world. Just touch, give the brush a little bend. Push it upward, see? That's all you want to do. Maybe right here. You decide. You decide. I want this to come right over. This guy's like me. He don't maintain his yard very well. There we go. All right. I leave my yard natural so the animals will live there. At least that's what I tell my neighbors. when they yell at me. Let's dip a 1-inch brush into a little bit of the liquid white. I'm going to go into yellow ochre. It's a nice gold color. Yellow ochre, maybe even a touch of the bright red, not much. Mostly just yellow ochre. Once again, pull it in one direction, turn it. That's beautiful close-ups that Kathy's doing there, aren't they? Gorgeous. Let's go up in here. I got some fantastic camera people here. They've worked with me some of them for over 10 years. They know how to paint these paintings better than I do, I think. There. Put a little highlight here and there. Just wherever we want them on these things. There we go. Maybe over here. Now, this will really, really shine against this color. Really shine. A little bit more paint. Don't be afraid to reload your brush. If you have enough paint and it's thin enough, remember it needs to be thinner than what's up here. All you have to do is just touch the canvas, and the canvas will pull the paint off the brush in the proper amount. Takes a little practice to get the consistency right, but very quickly. I'm so glad you could join me today. I've got a couple of my little friends here, a couple of little baby squirrels. Today I have a little gray squirrel right here. This is a little gray squirrel, and the other one's a fox squirrel. They're just little babies, well, 3 or 4 weeks old. Aren't they precious, though? I just adore these little critters. I just thought I'd share them with you before we get started here. Hi, Guy. How you fellers doing today? They are something else. There. They are absolutely precious. As you notice, though, the fox squirrel is much larger than the little gray squirrel. And that's the same way they'll be when they grow up. Okay, I guess we have to go to work, guys. Hey, you ready to go to work? Okay. Tell you what, let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with me. While they're doing that, I'll set these little fellas down. Come on, you ready to go? Isn't he precious? Yeah, you got to go now. Time for me to go to work. Alrighty. Let's go right up here and let me show you what I've already done on the canvas. So we'll do a fantastic little painting today. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've covered the entire canvas with a very thin coat of the liquid white. So it's wet and it's all slick and it's ready to go, and so let's just have fun today. Let's start out today with a little bit of Indian yellow. Let's just do a painting that's fun. I'm going to take a little Indian yellow and just go up here and make little crisscross strokes and start like so. The Indian yellow, as with every color we use, is mixing with the liquid white, and it allows us to literally blend color right on the canvas. Maybe a little yellow ochre right on top of that, right in there, something like that. That's all there is to it. But these little crisscross strokes make it much easier to blend color together than making stripes. So just use little crisscross strokes. Maybe we'll use a little alizarin crimson. We'll just use some warm colors back here in the background. Alizarin crimson, it's a beautiful, beautiful, warm, reddish color. There, about like that. And we'll just let that blend right in. Just allow the colors to blend together. All right. Now, I think we can get away with it. I just go into a little bit of phthalo blue. The phthalo blue is so much stronger than the crimson that we won't even have to clean the brush. We can just go right into it. And let's go up in here. Let's start on the very top, making little crisscross strokes again, little X's, and we'll paint the entire remainder of the sky with a little bit of blue. Just bring it down to the crimson and stop. Once again, the blue is so much stronger than the crimson. It'll just eat up all the crimson in your world. There, maybe in our world here and there, there's a little stringy cloud that lives out here. So just tap in a little cloud shape wherever you want it. Doesn't much matter. Little clouds are free. They just float around, have a good time. Maybe there's a little one right there. I don't know. You make the decision. Now, we'll take a clean dry brush and we just blend all this together very gently. 3 hairs and some air. Just blend it together. And that easy, we have a fantastic little sky. Tell you what, while we have that brush, it's got a little blue on it. Let's just take, maybe we'll have a little water down here. Then again, maybe we won't. But let's just put a little blue in to see what happens, because we don't care. As you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. So anything that happens here, we can live with it. We don't care. That's the beauty of this, or the joy of it. There. About like that. That's all we're looking for. All right, now I get to clean a brush. That's really the most fun part of the whole technique. Just shake off the excess and beat the devil out of it. That really is fun. I have people that write and say they have no desire to ever paint, but they've just went out and bought them a brush so they can beat it because it makes them feel better. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's take a little black, a little bit of blue, and be right back, get a little white, mix them together. I'm looking for a light color, predominantly blue, maybe even a little lighter. It's our world, so we can make it any shade we want. Cut off a little roll of paint, about like that. And maybe, yep, way back in here lives just a little hill, little mountain, far away, quiet little mountain. He just hangs around back here and has a good time all day. There, about like that. We can take a 2-inch brush, grab that color, and pull it. Pull it. Because that canvas is wet, you can move color here. You can make it move. Now, just tap it. I want to mist the base of this just right on out. Add a little white to it. I want it to be very soft. Very, very soft. Just like it's sort of floating around in the mist far away. There. That's about all we're looking for in that one. And maybe there's several different planes. I like a lot of distance in painting, so I have a lot of planes in the paintings. There. Let's take Prussian blue, some black, alizarin crimson. Put a little Van Dyke in there too. A little Van Dyke brown, doesn't matter. About like that. Pull it out flat, get our little roll of paint. And maybe right under here somewhere, maybe there's a little mountain that lives right there. Just a nice little mountain, little friendly guy. There, see? Put in a basic shape. We're only concerned with the top edge. We could care less what's happening anywhere else in this mountain. Once again, grab our 2-inch brush and pull that. I want it to just disappear over there in the mist somewhere. We don't even know where it goes. I don't think we care. It doesn't matter in our world where it goes. There. Now, let's take a little titanium white. I'm going to put the least little touch of bright red in it. Since there's some pink in the sky, maybe there's a hint of pink in our mountain color. A little roll of paint. Let's go up in here, touch, no pressure, no pressure, no pressure. No pressure at all, just let it float. Let it float and play very gently, very, very gently. Now then, a little bit of white and blue mixed together. I'm using a little bit of phthalo blue in there, with a little black in it. A little tiny roll of paint. Go back in here. Put the indication of a few little shadows on these little mountains that live back here. That's about all we're looking for. Make sure that brush is clean, dry. Now I want to create mist down at the base. So tap the mountain, following the angles. Most important that you follow those angles that you put in there. Over here, follow this direction. Now, very lightly, just graze it, lift it. Lift it. That takes out all the little tap marks, blends everything together. And that easy. That easy. Let's have some fun. I'm gonna take the fan brush, put a little, same little blue color on it, just a little. Back up in here, maybe at the base of our mountain, just touch. Just touch like that. We don't know where it goes. Now, snap it up. By that, touch. Just give it a quick little upward lift. La da 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 da. And a little downward pull. Started to say a downward lift, but I guess that's a contradiction of words. And very lightly go across the bottom. I'll make it a little bit darker right at the base so it stands out. Oh yeah, that's better, that's better. Now, a little liquid white on the knife, pull it out flat. I'm going to put a little bright red in that too, just enough to give it a little pinkish hue if you look real close. Have to really look for it though. Now I want a little water line far away. Far, far away. There. Something about like that. There. All right. Let's build a big mountain. Shoot. Going back to that dark color we had. Pull the paint out flat. Once again, our little roll of paint lives right on the edge here. And let's come right up in here. This is your bravery test. Maybe, what the heck? There's a big mountain. He lives, maybe he's got an old jagged arm that sticks out like that. Mountains grow every which way. Have fun with them. They're one of the most interesting and fun things to paint, I think, in this whole technique. And I've painted hundreds of mountains in the mini shows that we've made. And you know, people still write and say, do more mountains, Bob. I like the mountains, my favorite. There. But any of these paintings that we do here, if you don't want the mountains in them, leave them out. You can do the painting without having the mountain in it. It's no big deal. You can do anything here. Anything that you want to do. Right here. This truly is your world. Right here. Yeah. Okay, I'm just blending that out again. Like so. Maybe, let's get crazy. Maybe this, yeah, why not? Why not? Just use that mountain color. Maybe that just comes right across and there's a little lake that lives way back over there somewhere. Lift up, make it look like little trees right there. See? Easy. You can do this. You can do this. You do not have to be blessed by Michelangelo at birth to be a pretty good painter. You can do this. Maybe, let's get crazier. Maybe in our world, maybe there's another little pond here. A little lake. If you want something like that, all you got to do is pull straight down with a little bit of color and then go across just enough to give it a watery sheen. Sometimes you can take a little bit of white. Don't do this too much though, just a little. And put a little, like a little shine on the water. Easy, not too much, not too much. Just enough to give it a nice shimmer. You can overdo easy because it gets good and you don't want to stop. There. Little water line right there. We'll just have to decide where all these things live. Okay, we need some highlights on this mountain. Doesn't matter, we'll just use whatever color we got going here. There. Big mountain, strong mountain. Want him to have a lot of character. We don't like wimpy little mountains, we like big mountains. Of course, sometimes we paint little wimpy mountains. That's all right. Any kind that you want in your world, you can do them here. There, no pressure. I know you get tired of hearing me say that, but over and over and over again, I get letters from people saying that I'm having trouble making the snow break on the mountain here. Normally, it's one of two things. You're applying too much pressure, or you're using a paint that's not thick enough. Tell you what, let's have a little shadow back here. You need a very dry paint. I can't say that enough times either. It's most important. It really does make a difference. There, maybe, look here, watch. Maybe there's a little, right there. I don't know. You decide. Little place for the mountain goat to walk around the mountain there. He needs a little place like that. Don't laugh. Yeah. He likes to go on a little Sunday hike, come around the mountain, see what's on the other side. There. And just begin playing with highlights and shadows and adding them in wherever you think they should be. There's one right there. See? By putting a shadow in it, pops that up, makes it look big, strong. All right. Let's take 2-inch brush, and once again, I want to create the illusion of mist down here. Just by tapping. There. Maybe, yeah. There we go. Maybe there's a little tree that lives right down here. A whole little forest lives right at the edge of this mountain. Comes down. Do this in layers if you want to put like there's little tree ranges, and then maybe it comes right on down like that. Whatever. You come back, put another range in. But see, you can just go on and on and on and create all kind of depth and distance in your world. That's what makes it so fantastic. There are no limits to this. There. Absolutely no limits. You're limited only by your imagination and your willingness to practice. Recently in Daytona Beach, Florida, we had a reunion of all of our instructors, and over 150 instructors came from all over the world. All over the world. Even my first certified Japanese instructor, Misuko, came all the way from Japan to be with us. We had people from Puerto Rico, Canada. Boy, the joy of painting is universal, isn't it? All right. Now, but we spent a whole week in Daytona Beach, and we painted together, and we had a good time. Boy, we had a lot of fun. And then we went to New Smyrna Beach, and all of our instructors went out and painted. The public was invited. We spent a whole day out in the park painting. We all got sunburned. Even my bald spot on top of my head got burned. There, but we had a lot of fun. Okay, I'm just wiping the knife on a paper towel here. Let's take Prussian blue, black, brown, alizarin crimson, and throw in some sap green. Boy, we got a conglomeration going there. All the dark colors, basically. Let me wipe off the old knife. And you know me. Shoot, I like them trees. Let's do a tree. Use a fan brush, load it full of color. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. My little squirrels have to have a tree to live in. So let's give them one. Right there. Doop. There. Here comes a tree. Lives in your fan brush. There they are. Just let them pop right out. Let them pop right out. A little more paint. And when you're going over, like here, where there's a lot of paint already on the canvas, you may have to put a little, not much, a little bit of paint thinner on your brush and go through the paint. Because our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So if you thin this, you can go right over the top of the other without it mixing totally together. And you know, if your doll mixes together, you end up being a mud mixer. And all of us who've painted have mixed a little bit of mud. There. Boy, I'm covering up most of my mountain here. I didn't mean to do all that, but doesn't matter. One more. One more little tree lives right out here. Whatever. But hey, maybe. I know. Sometimes we get crazy here. Maybe this is maybe we're up high looking down. Let's take some of that and pull it over. There's another place. Maybe it comes all the way around. I don't know. Just pick up some of that tree color. There. Let's just fill this in. You could do this with a paint roller. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But it's a super way to practice. Do it this way, and you get a little practice. There. Don't waste your strokes. There we are. Now, let's take that brush we made the trees with. The color's still on it. I'm going to go right through cad yellow, yellow ochre, little Indian yellow. And because it has blue and black, when we touch that yellow, we get green. Let's go back up in here. And let's put some highlights right on our trees. There they go. They gotta make those little noises. Some over here. Just a few. Just a few. Big tree needs some too. Big old tree needs some. There. A little bit back in here too. Just some indications. Now, I know. Changed my mind. You can do that. It's your world. Take a little dark sienna, a little Van Dyke brown, mix them together. We need some big rocks that live back in here. So we'll just put some little doers in here like that, wherever we want them. Take a little white, a little bit of that brown that we was using. Mix it together, make a little highlight color, and barely touch white and brown, or brown and white. This, we'll put grass over the top, and some of these will show through, and it'll look like little rocks that live out here. There. Okay. Use a 2-inch brush, tapped right into a little of that same color. Just sap green, yellow, all those colors. And let's just begin tapping in the indication of all kinds of little land areas. Have them come hanging right over these rocks. If we're going to have rocks here, just let them hang right over. Have them hang right over. But this is where you create the lay of the land, or the way the land flows. Sometimes, look at there, see? Maybe it comes right on down, out like that. And it creates a whole different plane. Now a little rabbit can hide down in there and look over at us. Yeah. There. All right. There. Just tap though. Don't let the brush slide. Just tap. Just tap. There. Isn't that a super way of making little grassy areas? I like that a lot. I like it a lot. There. Maybe, yeah, comes right over. A little touch of the bright red now and then too. Not much bright red. Just enough to dull the color a little bit. Red and green make brown, so it dulls. There. See there? All kinds of little doers. But now the little rocks still look like they're in there. That's all there is to it. And you can put little highlights. Sometimes I dip the brush into a very small amount of liquid white, because that it brightens the color, and it makes it thinner, so it'll stick right over the top. See that little ridge of paint right there? We're pushing. There's one just like it on the brush. So try to get that. And now we'll go up here and use that little ridge of paint. Maybe our light's coming through here. We want to sparkle that edge. See, you can sparkle little parts of it, but don't sparkle it all. If you sparkle it all, then it loses its sharpness too much. Just a little. Just think where light would zing through there and play. Sometimes I even take maybe a little bit of pure white and put on there, just to brighten it, but not very often. Like that. If light's zinging through there, maybe over here it'd be a little brighter too. Just play with it like that. But this is a very nice little painting. It's very easy. It gives you a lot of practice with just about all the equipment. You get to do mountains. You get to do all of the little foothills. And if there's a secret to this style of paint, or any style of painting, it doesn't matter. It's just practice. That's all. Just practice. The more you practice, the easier it becomes. So you can lift up, make it look like some little grassy areas back in there. Wherever you want. Shoot. I think that's about it. That makes a pretty nice little painting. Let's sign this one. Let's take a little paint thinner. Now I use bright red, but you use any color you want. See how thin that is? It's almost like ink. Turn the bristles. I'm still getting a lot of letters saying I'm having trouble signing the painting, making the paint thinner. It's almost like ink. A lot of paint. Let's go up in here. Decide where you want to sign the painting. And all you have to do then, if the paint's thin enough, it will literally just flow right over top of the other paint. And I'm lucky I have a very short name, so it didn't take but a second. And that's about all you have to do. I really hope you've enjoyed not only this painting, but seeing my little squirrels. As I say, I had both a little gray squirrel and a fox squirrel, so you could see the difference between them. So from my little squirrel friends and everybody here at the studio, we'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today I'd show you a little painting that is so simple that even if you've never painted, you can do this one, guarantee. In fact, it's one of the little paintings that you see in the opening. I thought maybe we'd show you how that one was done. So I'll tell you what, let me show you what I've got up here. Today I just have a plain old double prime canvas, and I've painted it with black gesso and allowed the black gesso to dry completely. So it's totally dry. And we're going to start out today and we'll just use a paper towel that I've wadded up here. And I'm going to show you how to take gesso. We'll use black, white, and gray gesso in different combinations up here. And I'll show you how to make a little back painting. And then we'll come back and I'll put a canvas up that has a finished gesso painting on it. And I'll show you how to color it. It's that easy. It's harder to tell you than it is to show you. So we'll just take our little paper towel. And I've just got a little plastic tray here that I picked up. And I'm just going to dip a paper towel, see, right into a little bit of gesso. And let's go right up here. First thing we want to do is figure out where our light source is. And all you have to do, maybe it's right here, just a little bit off center. Start with the lightest area and begin working outward. See, maybe this is a joy of paper towel painting. There. But you want this to be your brightest area in the painting. So we just start from there and we work outward. Outward, outward, outward. There. Isn't that fantastic? These colored gessos are just unbelievable. They do wonderful things for you. They open whole new doors of imagination. There we go. A little bit more. Notice I always start back in the center with that brightest color. And if you get little buildups of gesso here, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. When the painting's finished, those little high points will grab the paint and it makes beautiful things happen. Don't fight with them. All right. A little bit more. And wherever. And if you do 1,000 of these, each one of them will be different. But what's so great about them, once again, even if you've never painted a painting in your whole life, this is one that you can do. Recently, when we had our teachers' reunion, we had a gentleman with us, Mike Gorak, who had never painted in his whole life, and he works with a paint company. So we got that rascal up in front of all these certified instructors from all over the world, and we had Mike paint his first painting, and he did a beautiful job. And this is the one that he painted. There. So I wanted to share that with you. Okay, a little bit over in here. And once again, with this gesso, we don't make any mistakes. Because if you paint an area too light and you don't like it, all you have to do is take a little of the dark gesso and go back over it. It's no big deal. There we are. Something about like that. That's all we're looking for a background. All right. A little bit of the gray here and there, because I want this to be a little darker out on the edges so that it looks like we have sunlight in the center and it's working outward. So I'm just using a little bit of the gray gesso right over the top. See? So if you don't like it, if it's too bright or too dull, you can change it that easy. Because this really is your world, and here you can do anything, unlimited power. Now normally, if I was at home doing this, I would allow this to dry. It doesn't take but a few minutes since this is gesso. I'd allow it to dry before I started the next thing, but here we don't have that luxury, so I'll just show you how you go about putting the next layer on. We'll just pretend that it's dry. But when you're doing this yourself, I'd really recommend you allow this step to dry completely before you do the next one. It's just a little bit easier to do. Now, this takes a very complicated tool. This is called a foam brush. That's all it is. It's just a little disposable foam brush. Now, where we have the light area, I'm going to use black gesso. Where we have the dark area, I'll use white gesso and gray in the middle. I want to graduate the color. That's all we're doing. So let's start and do some little background trees. I'll take this little foam brush and go through a little bit of the black gesso. Just load it up. It doesn't really matter. Something about like so. Okay, see we have both sides with a little bit of black on. I hope that shows. And we go up in here and we have to make our first major decision. Where up here does our tree live? All you do is touch, and as you work down, apply more pressure, and automatically your tree trunk will get larger toward the base. And trees normally look better if they're bigger on the bottom. So, there we go. Something about like so. So you just put in as many or as few trees as you want in your world. That's all there is to it. It's really all there is to it. There's no secrets here. Now I'm going to start going into some of the gray gesso. Because these over here, they're farther away from the light. So when we're done, the gray gesso will be a little bit brighter. And we can go right into pure white. There. But see, the variation, that's all there is to it. Maybe we'll just do a couple of white ones here so you can see how they're done. We've painted the whole forest here in just a second. But that's really all there is to it. You just sort of work back and forth and wherever you want them to go. Maybe over here on this side, maybe here's an old tree that's got a yonk in it, a little crook in it. Trees aren't all straight. Some of them have old crooked areas. It doesn't matter. Back into our gray and our white. Same basic thing. The farther you get away from the light source, the lighter you want these to become. And when we paint it, you'll understand why. A little bit of the gray there. When we apply oil color over the top of this dried gesso, then all of this makes sense. Now I've got a little script liner brush. It's just our regular little script liner brush. And I'm going to add water. I'm going to use water like we normally do paint thinner, just to thin the gesso so it's nice and thin. Okay, then we can go up in here and we can decide there's always little baby trees living amongst all these big ones. So we can put little delicate trees and sticks and twigs. If you have enough water, this will just slide right over it. There. And we can begin applying all kinds of little limbs and arms on these trees. Wherever you think they should live. That's exactly where they should be. There we go. See that? Already it's beginning to look like it's deep in the woods. You know what's neat? When you're done with these, some people look at it and they like the black and white gesso version as well as they do the colored version, that what you end up with. So this is an excellent way to study value, just black and white. When I was a young pup and went to art school, this is one of the things they had us do to learn to paint. We would take something like tempera paints just in black and white, and we had to do entire paintings so we understood value. This is a lot more fun and a lot easier. There we go. And back in here, pretty soon you don't even know where these little limbs and arms, who they belong to. Doesn't know that it matters. It's just filler for the background. And I'm not going to sit here and paint each and every one of these trees. I just want you to see basically how these trees are done. Something like so. And as you work across over into here and you get into the white trees, then you'll use white gesso to make its arms. About like that. I'll put a few on this old tree here, just a old crookedy limb. Just so we can see what he looks like. There. And give your trees character. Don't just make them perfectly straight with arms that come out both sides. Let your brush just have an imagination all on its own. Let it go. And as you play with this, you'll begin to shade areas. By that I mean you'll take a combination of the gray and white and mix it together, and you can shade the side of trees where you know light will be coming from. It's unreal what you can do with this. You can actually paint things like little barns or whatever with gesso, and then just come back and put an oil glaze basically over the top of them. It's that easy. Okay, let me just do one or two little white ones so you can see how they're done. Over here on this side, so you can just bring little white arms right off him. A little more of my water here. There we go. Now if you use your good liner brush for this, as soon as you're done, wash it. Well, with good amount of water. Because your little liner brush, if you let that gesso get hard in it, you've ruined your brush. I don't want you to have to go buy a new brush. There. Take care of your brushes and they'll last for many, many years. Another little thing that's real good. Have some limbs coming from over here where you don't know where they are. They're back over there somewhere. Because the trees didn't just stop right there. Let some limbs come from over here. It doesn't matter from where. But it'll make your painting look more realistic. Some little sticks and twigs. A little bit of gray gesso here and there to make some gray arms. But isn't that neat how you can make a whole forest that easy? And that's all there is to it. So I say, I'm not going to just spend the whole time period that we have here showing you just how to do background trees. And the one that you see in the little opening, there's one big monster tree. And we can go back to our little foam brush, put some black gesso on it. And let's go back up in here. And I just use the foam brush to do this. Just figure out where he lives and go, got to make all those noises and put a big old tree. He lives right there. I want him to come right across. There. But these little disposable foam brushes work very good for this. There, see, he's got a big arm that lives out here and one over here. We don't know. Wherever you want them. And you can go back to your little liner brush, and once again, you can add all the details that you want into your painting. All the details you want. I'm just going to put a few in to show you how they're done. Because when you do yours, you're going to see it totally different. And it's going to be better. It's going to be much better than this one. Because you'll have unlimited time and patience, and your imagination is probably better. So you'll make beautiful things. And when you're doing these, I'm going to put transparent color over this pretty soon. Try all different color combinations. Transparent and semi-transparent color. Makes beautiful, beautiful things. Now, down here on the bottom, we're going to put some little indications. You could do it with a paper towel. I'll just use this little foam brush. Think where light's coming through. I'm just going to take a little foam brush and just touch. Just touch. You can do it with anything. See there? Just gesso. Just white gesso. I'm going into some gray gesso. But I want the edges to be nice and bright. There, see? Maybe over here on the other side. Just a little bit more of that. Just sort of bring all this together. It's up to you where you want these things to live. Back into the gray so it gets a little duller. Here and there we can even take a little black. Just play these back and forth. So you get all these beautiful variations. There, maybe right in there. Whatever, doesn't matter. But you can use the brush any way you want to, sideways, straight on, and each way will create new and unique, different effects. A little more of this gray. Maybe right in there, like that. Now maybe we want to put a little path in there. I'm using a little black and a little gray mixed together here. Figure out where your path lives. And just take this little foam brush and basically lay it in. See there? That's all. That's all. And just like when we're normally painting, we need to lay that path down in there a little bit. So we put a bush over here on this side. Just like so. I want the front of it to be darker than up there because it would be closer to the light source. About like that. Okay, I think that'll pretty much show us how to do the little background. As I say, I would let it dry between each and every layer. Now, I want to show you the completed painting. So I've went ahead and I've got a canvas here that's all dry that I've prepared exactly the same way. So allow me to step in front of this for just a second and change this canvas and put up one that's already finished so I can just show you how easy this painting is. Once you have your gesso in there, it really makes it very simple to do. And I think at this time we ought to have them run the colors across the screen that you need to do yours along with us. Okay, while they're doing that, I'm going to take a little bit of liquid clear and cover the entire canvas, just enough to be sure that the canvas is covered from one end to the other. But a thin coat, just a thin coat. Once again, allow your gesso to dry completely before you do this, because you cannot mix oils and gesso together while you're painting. You have to let the gesso dry in between. There. This is the hardest part of the whole painting. If you can put the liquid clear on, the rest of it's easy. There. But even like this, got a hair there. Hi, welcome back. Glad you could join us today. Today I have one of my little friends here. You know, I've got several letters since I've shown these in the previous shows asking how in the world you go about feeding a little squirrel. Well, it's a very delicate operation. Diana has worked with me for a long time. Diana is the bird lady here in Muncie who loaned me this little rascal. And this is how hard it is to get a little squirrel to eat. That's all there is to it. Aren't they the most precious little characters you've ever seen? Yeah, poor guy. He hadn't had nothing to eat for years. You could feed him 10 times a day, and they'll always be just about this hungry. Hey, you know, I have to go to work. Yeah, I have to go to work. Okay? All right. I'm going to set him right over here and let him finish lunch. And while he's doing that, we'll just get started. So let's start out and have him run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me grab my palette here and show you what I've got done up here. I've got my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and today I've covered it with a very thin coat of liquid white and liquid clear mixed together. So you have both of them today, clear and liquid white, because I want a translucent effect. So by putting them both on, the liquid white is very opaque. The liquid clear, of course, is clear. Let's start out today with a little bit of phthalo blue, just a small amount on the old 2-inch brush. Just work a little into the bristles, something about like so. And we'll go up in here and use our little crisscross strokes, little X patterns. And we'll just very quickly put in a little sky, very light. I don't want this to be very dark. Just enough to sort of tint the sky so we know that it's blue back here. In this particular painting, the sky is going to be very unimportant. We don't really care. Probably won't even see much of it when we're done. Thought today we'd do some big trees. Since we have our little squirrel there that's having lunch, let's have a big tree that he could play in. There. Something about like that. That's really all we're looking for today. And that's about all I'm going to do for a sky. Something about like that. All right. Now then, I want to mix up a brown made from alizarin crimson and sap green. Maybe just a little more crimson than green, depending on your taste, what flavor you want it. Sort of try it and see, because everybody's different, and you sort of decide if you want yours to the reddish side or to the green side. It's up to you. There. We'll just guess that that's about right there. Okay, let me wipe the old knife off. We just wipe the knife on a paper towel. I'm going to grab another 2-inch brush and add a little color to it. And today, let's just play. Let's just play. Let's take this nice brown color and start right in here. And let's just, still using little crisscross strokes, let's just make the indication, okay, we'll go all the way to the top, what the heck. All I'm looking for here is some basic shapes. I'm going to come back and turn that into a tree, believe it or not. But all we're looking for right here is just very basic shapes. I'm going to add a little black right down here at the bottom so we have a dark area. That'll end up being the darkest part. That'll be the shadows. There, maybe here and there. Just an indication of a little tree, little bush, whatever. All we're doing is putting in background shape. We don't care. Cannot make a mistake. We really don't care. There, something, wherever. You just sort of figure out where they're at and drop them in. That's all there is to it. And while we have that going, shoot, tell you what. Let's just go down here. Ooh, I hit a little red there. That's all right. Doesn't matter. Must not have mixed the color well. So we'll just go ahead and cover the rest of the canvas here with just color. That's all. About like that. There. All right. But that's all there is to putting in a little background for this particular painting. There. Okay. Then we take our liner brush, a little paint thinner, a little bit of that same brown color. We want this to be very thin. Very, very thin. Something about like that. Almost the consistency of ink. All right, let's go up in here. Now, back in here, there's gonna be a few old tree trunks and limbs and sticks, wherever you want them. You decide where they live. If your paint's thin enough, though, it'll literally just slide right over there. And we're gonna put leaves and stuff on here, so don't worry about a lot of detail. A few of them will show through, but we don't worry about much. There. See, something about like that. And maybe right there lives another little rascal. Wherever you think they should be. There he comes. Just as many or as few as you want. Like that. Okay, a few little indications over in here. Once again, I'm not looking for a lot of detail here. All we're looking for is just indications. This is going to be in the background. Too far away to really worry about it. Too far away. There. See, just indication. Don't you like that little squirrel? Isn't he a mess? You know, it's fantastic. Here's people like Diana Schaefer that I mentioned here in Muncie, but people like her all over the country that take care of these animals, injured and orphaned animals. And they do it strictly out of love. There's absolutely no financial reward to it. In fact, most of them support it out of their own pocket. And it's done strictly and completely out of here. It's just for love of these creatures. And to Diana and all the people around the country who take care of these animals, I tilt my hat because I think you're the most fantastic people there is. All right, I'm going to use a little round brush. And we'll go into a little bit of the yellows, all the yellows, a little bit of the bright red here and there. Ooh, nice color. But just tap it to load it. That's all you're doing, just tapping. And by going through these colors, there's actually layers of colors on your brush. All different colors in there. Okay, let's go up in here. Now then comes the fun part. Let's begin picking out our tree. All we need was a little background. Now we can go in here and begin picking out all the little individual shapes that make this tree an individual. This little small round brush is fantastic. We have a round brush that's big and one that's small. This is a small one, but you could use either one. Whichever one you have, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There. Okay, see, but just think about shape and form here. Build individual bushes in there. Now you're sort of seeing it from a different angle than I am, so it might look a little different, but when we get a straight on shot, it'll look right to you. And we're varying the colors, just sort of varying the flavors a little bit. There comes one. Just pick them out. Pick them out, pick them out. There. They live all back here. All back here, wherever you want them. There's a happy little tree. In my world, everything's happy. There. Once in a while, I'm adding a little bit of that brown to the color that I use just to keep it dull. And a little bit of the bright red. Up to you. You decide. You decide. All right. And we don't want this one left out. We'll put a little bit over in here. But I'm tapping with the top corner of the brush. Top corner of the brush. There. All right. I can hear my little squirrel over there on the other side of the studio. He's still looking for the rest of his dinner. I don't think he got it all. And in reality, there's 4 squirrels in the box, so they wouldn't be lonely. So they're just having a good time over there looking for lunch. There. All kinds of little bushies. See, by varying the flavor a little bit or the color, you can make them stand out from one another. Try to leave some dark at the bottom. Try to leave a little dark down at the bottom. That way the next one will show up. Work in layers, doing the bush or the tree that you think's the farthest away, and work forward, forward, forward. Always working forward. And begin thinking about the lay of the land, or plains, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter. But the way the land flows, that's what we have to start working on. There. Shoot, let's get us an 2-inch brush here and go into some nice, same colors, the yellows and all of those. A little bit of bright red here and there, but just tap, push. I want to push up that little ridge of paint. Then we can come back in here and we can begin laying in little indications, once again, of the lay of the land. Maybe something about like that. There, but just vary the colors. Maybe this is a little fall scene. There. But isn't that neat? That's all there is to it. Just something about like that. There. See, in that dark undercolor, automatically it picks that up so it's brighter out here than it is there. Let the canvas and the paint work for you. Shoot. It's a lazy man's way of painting here. There. I look for ways to make it easier. Let's take a clean brush because we have liquid clear under there and it's transparent. It'll begin looking lighter in color. And if you have a little paint thinner on your brush, it'll cause the liquid clear to begin to react. There. Because liquid clear and paint thinner have a violent reaction. There we are. Now we can just use this brush, what the heck, put in another little bush there using the top corner of the 2-inch brush. Let's put a little brighter color on the brush and highlight that one a little so it stands out. See, that's all there is to it. If it doesn't stand out, change the color a little bit. And then it stands right out as an individual. Take our liner brush, a little bit of brown, and here and there and there and here we can put in the indication of a few little sticks and twigs wherever you want them. See, that's about all we need. Just some here and there, not too many. Don't want it to look too busy. Maybe right in here. that helps create the illusion of distance because it shows, once again, more planes in your painting, more areas that it moves back. All right, you ready for your bravery test? It's time. Let's use a little filbert today. Check out your bravery. We'll use that brown we made from sap green and alizarin crimson. I'll load a lot of paint on the brush. Just a lot of paint. Let's go up here. On a big tree. Maybe an old big tree lives right there. Right there. Let's really make a big tree. Let's give him a lot of arms. I like trees with character. Okay, why not? This is our world. We can do anything here that we want to do. Anything here that we want to do. My little squirrels need a place to really play. Shoot, this is like going to the carnival for them. They can run up and down this tree, have more fun. All right, maybe wherever. You decide where your limbs live on this tree. Big old tree. Maybe right over in here even. Does not matter. Just about any way you can paint a tree. Seems like somewhere there's one that looks just about like that. That's the nice thing about doing landscapes. If you paint a portrait of somebody and you put the eyes in the wrong place, chances are they're going to notice. Chances are. But if you paint a tree wrong, somebody will come along and say, oh, hey, I know that tree. He's an old friend. He lives in my front yard, has for many years. So you can't hardly do him wrong. I'll take a little white, a little bit of that same brown. Just mix them right here on the brush. No big deal. See, just sort of mix them. Think about where our light's coming from. Maybe we haven't really determined this painting. Maybe it's coming from the left today. Doesn't matter. It's up to you. So we'll put a little highlight over here on the left side of the tree. Just let the little filbert brush just bounce along in place so the paint's thick here. Let the highlights pick up the paint. Just let the highlights, or the high spots, I'm sorry, I said highlights. High spots on the paint pick up the color. Sometime when you get my age, the tongue gets over the eye teeth and you can't see what you're saying. There. All right. Something like that. Oh, okay. But that's a nice little way of making a tree. And you can really spend some time and make one that's got a lot of detail in it. And we need to put a few little arms on him. I'm going to put some leaves on him, so it doesn't much matter. It doesn't much matter. Any area of the tree you don't like, you just put leaves on it. The areas that you do like, you leave them naked. Let the limbs show through. There we go. And each painting will be different. Everybody's painting will be different. That's the beauty of it. There, see, wherever. Just want to put a few indications. Once again, I'm going to cover this up with a bunch of leaves, so most of this will disappear. But a little of it's going to show through, and people will think you work for weeks trying to put this rascal together. All right. Tell you what, let's use just a plain old 1-inch brush. I'm going to take a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of that brown color I made, a little bright red, mix it together. A little more yellow ochre. Yeah, that's nice. Just going to tap the brush into it, something like so. I'm just looking for a color that's a little darker than what I want to highlight. Yeah, that's good. That'll work fine. I'm just going to tap in some basic little shapes. This is the absolute easiest way I know of putting a lot of leaves on a tree. Just tap in some basic shapes. That's all we're doing. Just tap. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We're going to come back and highlight it. And put the nice colors on the outside of it. That's what really makes it sparkle. This is just dark color so our light will show up. Because you can't have light in a painting unless you have dark. As I've mentioned before, it's just like in life. You really can't know happiness I don't believe unless you've known a little sorrow in your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't know when the happy times come. Now, I'm going to take another 1-inch brush. I have several. Put a little bit of the liquid white on it, because you know our golden rule: a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So I'm thinning this just a small amount, and the yellows are a little thinner than the other colors anyway. I want them even thinner. A lot of paint. Look on the end. A lot of paint. Let's go up here. Now then, I'm just going to very carefully pick out the highlights here by just touching. Just by touching. Once again, this is absolutely the easiest way I've ever seen of putting a lot of little leaf indications on a big tree without doing a lot of work. Just reload the brush frequently. There. Just frequently. Put in all your little highlights wherever you want them to live. Wherever you want them to live. There. Hope you enjoy all the little critters that we put on the show. If you've painted with me before, been with me before, you know that they really do make up a very important part of my life. And I like to share them with everyone, because I think it brings in an awareness. These little critters, we got to take care of them. Get on my soapbox here, but I think we have to take care of these little rascals. I'd like for my great-great-grandchildren to be able to see animals, and not just in zoos. There. I let my little squirrel, you probably remember him, Peapod the pocket squirrel that was with me for so long. I turned him loose because I don't keep any of these animals. But he hangs around the house. He stays there. And every day when I walk out, he comes running to me. And we just have a good time together. Anyway, let's just put something like so. See, we just take a little brush and tap it in. There. I'm going to put a little color in that, but not a great deal. The color that we have on the canvas here will do most of it for us. Just a little indication here and there. A little bit of the bright red. There. Let's take a fan brush. Use a little bit of that light brown. Same color we use for the background of the tree leaves up here. Just gently, just want to put the indication of a little, maybe there's a little path right there. It looks like a natural place. Little light color, a little bit of white. Not much, just enough to make it stand out a little better. There, something about like that. So it gives indication that maybe somebody's walked back here into the woods, had a good time. Let's take a filbert, put some brown on it, put brown on both sides. And on the one side, just one side only, I'm going to put light color, see? So it's dark on one side, light on the other, dark, light. Now maybe in our world there lives, this is your bravery test for real. Right about there. Maybe there's an old fence, what's left of it. Goes right on out. Make that one a little darker. Maybe this old fence had a lot of little arms in it. Maybe they patched it up a lot of times. See, it comes across like so. This is just a double loaded filbert brush. Very easy to do. In fact, maybe back in here, you can see that fence just going way off in the distance somewhere. Just an indication. Comes around the tree. How's that? It's our world. We can do anything. A couple old boards that live right there. There we go. Out, down. There. We didn't have a neat way of making an old fence. Works very easily. Take a little bit of the color. Just all the colors we used. Put a little indication around his foots down here of some shadows coming back. Just a few little things. We don't want a lot. About like that. this is just a very peaceful little woodsy scene it's easy to do. If we had time, it'd be neat to paint a couple little kids or something walking down here going fishing, or maybe back in the woods to play. Let's go back to our little filbert with some brown on it. Well, let's see. Not a big tree. Just maybe there's an old tree. It lives right there. You thought I was going to do a great big tree, didn't you? Just a little old tree. Maybe this tree's dead. Got some old worms hanging out here, though. There, something about like that. Boy, that's a pitiful looking old tree. He had a rough life. He's like me. There we are. You know, I travel around and meet a lot of the people who watch the show across the country. One of the things they always are surprised about is that I look taller in real life than I do on TV. If you've seen my son on here, the one we call Shorty, he's nearly 6'6", and I'm nearly 6'2". So we're pretty tall rascals. There. Put a few little weeds and sticks around some of these things, and shoot, we're about to the point. Have a finished painting. Think we'll take a little red, sign this one, call it done. Really hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It's very simple. It's something you can do, and it'll make you happy. Bring a lot of joy to your painting life. So from all of us here, we'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a painting that has a fantastic mountain, and I get a lot of letters saying, show me how to do a big mountain with snow on it. So I'm going to show you a mountain that takes up most of this painting. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got done today. Have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas, and I'm using an 18 by 24 inch, but you use whatever size is convenient. And I've just covered the entire canvas with a very thin, even coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and ready to go, and let's just have a good time. Let's start today. We'll use a little phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue. It's a very pretty, warm blue. A little bit on the 2-inch brush. And we just go right up in here and just making little crisscross strokes, little X's, something about like that. There. Maybe we'll put a little cloud in the sky too, so I'll just leave a little area sort of open. There we go. If we're going to put a huge mountain in here, we don't need a lot of sky. Let's just, tell you what, let's do a big one right there like that, something like that, whatever. There. Maybe in our world, maybe underneath there, we might even have a little water down at the base, just depending on how much time we have left. If we have enough time, we'll put it. But I want to devote most of the time today to working on a huge, huge mountain. Now, while I have this brush going, I'm going to add a little Prussian blue to the corners just to darken it. Just in the corners. Just in the corners. There. Just Prussian blue. It's much, much darker than the phthalo blue. It's very strong. And a little bit down here, too. If you put a little blue in the corners that's darker than the rest of it, when the painting's done, it'll sort of make your eye go toward the center. That's all. Okay, very lightly we'll go across. Now then, that's about all we need. Now, the most fun part of this whole technique is washing the brush. So let's do that. We scrub the brush in odorless paint thinner, shake off the excess, and just beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part. That's the fun part. Let's go into titanium white. Just take the old 2-inch brush and tap it. Just tap it right into some titanium white. Let's make a cloud now. Go up here, take the brush, decide where your cloud lives in your world. It's the easiest way I know of making a big effective cloud. Just tap in a basic shape. Maybe it comes right on around, I don't know. A little more color. We don't care. Maybe it just sort of floats out like that. I don't really know. You decide in your world where the big old cloud lives. But that's easy enough right there. And then very lightly, just barely touching the canvas, just sort of blend it a little bit. Just enough to take out the little tap marks. And that easy. You have a nice little cloud that just lives up here in your sky. There. No use making a lot of work out of it. There's another little indication right there. If you're going to do more than one layer, do the back layer first and then work forward. I just want a little hint. Okay, now then, let's wash the brush one more time. Then we'll be ready to make our big mountain. Hit the bucket. There. All right. Today we're going to have our bravery test right in the beginning of the painting. So here goes. Midnight black. Cut us off a little roll of paint. It lives right on the edge of the knife there. Let's go up here and make our first major decision. Jump right in. I think there's a big rock. It lives right there. Just put in a basic shape. That's all we're looking for at this point. Just using black. You put a little Prussian blue with it if you wanted to, but I'm just using basically black. Maybe. Why not? Right about there. We'll just have another big rock. There we are. Something like so. And as I say, this is your bravery test. Maybe, yeah. Maybe another rock over here. I bet you're saying, Bob, you've done it this time. The mind has finally gone. You may be right, too. You may be right. There. I've been told that before. Let's use a little white Prussian blue. Oh, a good strong blue. Once again, a little bit of paint lives right on the edge of the knife. Just barely touching the canvas. I just want to put the indication here and there of a few little shadows that live up in here. There. Don't want a lot of detail in that. A little bit right over in here. Something about like that. Just put a few little shadows. I want to keep this very dark, though. Very dark. Maybe, shoot, yeah, why not right there? No pressure. Just let the knife touch. Just barely touch. All right. Fun time. 2-inch brush. 2-inch brush. Let's go right through the titanium white. Load a lot of color into the bristles. A lot of paint. Just fill it up. And by wiggling it, I want to bring it to a nice sharp edge. By wiggling it and pulling it, it'll bring the paint toward the end of the bristles, and that'll happen automatically. All right. Now, maybe in our world, there's a nice, maybe this is a big glacier that lives up here. There we go. Just pull it right through like that. Decide where all these little things live. And begin dropping them in. Just begin dropping them in. Don't be afraid of it. There. Maybe in our world, maybe, shoot, yes. Comes right over like that. There. We'll come back and smooth that out a little bit in a minute. But right now, we're just putting in some basic color. Now, let me clean off a little spot to work. You would think with a palette this big, I wouldn't run out of space. I'm going to take white, a little bit of black, mix it together. I'm going to make a grayish color. So just titanium white, a little midnight black. Something about like that. Don't have to overmix it. Clean off the old knife. Let's go right through that grayish color. We'll use the same old brush. I want a shadow side to this mountain, so I'm going to use this gray color to do the shadow. And our shadow starts right there, comes down, see there? Like that. That's all there is to it. Now, we'll just apply a little of that gray color to make our shadow side. And this angle right here is very important. It's your good friend. It's your real good friend. Take care of it. There. Maybe somewhere in here. We don't know yet. We'll decide all this later. Right now we're just blocking in a little color. About like that. Back to my pure titanium white. There. Look at that. See how that just looks like a sheer drop? That easy. That easy. But I want this angle right here to indicate that it's bending toward me. Okay. Back to black. Maybe, yep, right in here. Maybe there is a big rock. Big old rock right in here. Maybe this big old rock is, I don't know. You decide where your big old things live in here. Let your imagination take you wherever you want to be. Wherever you want to be. Maybe this comes down. There. Just let it go. I don't know exactly where we're going with this. I don't know that it matters. Because anything that happens here is wonderful. We can work with it. We can work with it. There's a big old rock that lives right out here. About like that. And maybe there's even a big rock protruding right out of the side of this big thing here. Because we know there's rocks underneath there. We know they're underneath there. Maybe over in here there's a little something. Wherever. I'm going to grab the small knife. I can get into these little places here. I just want to sort of blend that edge out. Just sort of blend it out. And follow the angles that you put in here. Most important. I'm just wiping the knife off. Just wiping the knife off. There. That's all there is to it. But you can put all kinds of big old things hanging off the side there. Maybe you can see some little things up in here. Wherever. There. A little bit of the white. I'm still using the small knife here. I want to just sort of bring this together a little better. When you're at home doing this and have unlimited time, you can really smooth this out and make it gorgeous. Make it gorgeous. Some little things all up in here. Now I'm going to get the little blender brush. It's very soft. You can blend right over the top of this. And just very gently bring this together. Make it smooth as silk. There. Like that. Back to my Prussian blue. We'll put a few little shadows on here. Just a few little guys. Live right in there. Got to have a shadow on this big old rock. There, you decide. Once again, painting is such an individual thing, and each person sees nature through different eyes, and how you see it is the way it should be painted. See, just by changing the angles here a little bit, we can come back in here and make us look like there's a little snow laying right up in here. Just sort of a little recessed area right in there. Sneaky. Now back to our 2-inch brush and bring some snow right out of here. I'm intentionally picking up some of that dark color so it'll make shadows in there. So I want that snow to look like it's just coming up here and laying right up on the top. And maybe it comes right up like that. But put another little rock right here. And see, that'll help push that back. Just play back and forth with rocks and stones and angles, and all these things will happen for you. A little practice and you'll be shocked at what you can do. Now then, maybe, yep, comes right down like that. Right over the side. Right over the side, just like a waterfall sort of, only it's a snow. Just let it fall right down through there. There, just sort of blend all that together. I'll grab the little blender brush and smooth it out real smooth. There, see? A little blender brush just smooths things. There we are. Now, right along this edge here, I want to separate it, so I'm going to use pure white there. I want it to separate. It's important that we have that bright white area so it separates those two. There. Little edge is all we're worried about. Okay. Now, maybe in our world, there we go. Another stone. Just put these wherever you think they should be. I like to do mountains sometime where you can see these big rocks projecting out under the snow. Looks like a big glacier. Big old glacier. I lived in Alaska for 12 years, and there's some of the most gorgeous glaciers there that you've ever seen. Absolutely fantastic. There's no doubt in my mind God was having a good day when he made Alaska. So beautiful. There. All right, a little bit of snow right in there. And we just blend that down. That's all there is to it. That's one wild mountain, isn't it? And you can do it. You can do this one. Take your time when you're at home. Look at the angles, study it, put it together. It'll work for you. Okay. I think we got a pretty nice old mountain there for such a short period of time. We're going to live with it just that way. Create a little mist right here at the base, and off we go. Now, we need some background things happening in there. So let's make some big decisions. What do we want? We'll take some black, some Prussian blue. Even put a little alizarin crimson in it, and maybe a little brown. Looking for sort of a bluish gray color. That's getting pretty nice right there. Right there. Get a little white here. I want a couple different values of it, or strengths of it. One a little darker than the other, so I'll just add white to some. There we go. A little more of that crimson in there. A little more of the brown. All right, now we got a couple of values. Okay, we'll wipe the old knife off. Let's grab a fan brush, and we'll go right into some of this color. About like that. This is sort of a blue-gray. Load a lot of color in there. Let's go right up in here. Now maybe in our world there lives some nice little trees way back here in the background. Just going to tap downward with these. Just tap downward. Like so. There. And we'll just let these wander right on wherever. We don't know where they're going. Wherever they want to live. But by making these trees fairly small, it makes the mountain look bigger. There we are. It's all relative to the size. Now then, clean 2-inch brush, and I'm going to tap the base of it firmly. I want to create more mist down at the bottom. Tap it firmly, and then gently, gently lift upward. See, it takes out all the little tap marks. It makes it look like little trees that live far, far back in the distance. Far away. Far, far away. That's where everybody wants to hear me sing, is far away. Real far. There. Okay, I'm making the same color, only a little darker. And in my world, I think, yep, maybe there's another little group of trees that live. Maybe there's, I know, I got it. Maybe there's a steep little thing right here. Something about like that, and get a little more color on the brush. There. Maybe it comes down. We don't know where it goes here. It just sort of wanders off. Just wanders off. There we are. Right on down. We'll have it go up like that too. There. Just all kinds of little things. We said we was going to make a big mountain today. We weren't kidding, were we? This is one monster mountain. I'm going to tap the base of this. Once again, I'm just going to create that illusion of mist and then lift upward. Whew, very lightly. Very lightly. Very lightly. Very, very lightly. One hair and some air. And you can show different layers of trees just by changing the flavor or the color a little bit. Just by changing that color. There we go. Wherever you want to. But do one little layer at a time. And then take your brush, tap the base, and blend it again. See there? That's going to end up being reflections, I think. I just decided I know. Let me find, there it is. I got a small number 3 fan brush. I'm going to dip it into a little bit of liquid white, go through titanium white. The liquid white's in there strictly to make this a little thinner so it'll slide over the thicker paint without mixing. Let's go up here. Watch, right here. In my world lives a little waterfall. Do you see it? Go across, down. Little waterfall. That's all there is to it. There's some trees on this side of it. Just to give the indication that back there is a little waterfall. Far away. Far away. Okay, we can take our little blender brush. It's so soft. So soft. And just tap in the indication of a little mist there. That's about all we need. Pull that straight down. Create a little bit of reflection. Shoot, a little touch of the liquid white. Go across. Don't want a lot of waterline here. Maybe just the indication that something's happening back in here. Like that. All right, let's clean this off a spot to work. Time to have some fun here. Take some black, Prussian blue, sap green. Throw some crimson and brown in there too. Both browns. What the heck? We don't care. Good dark color. Fan brush. I'm going to load it full of that dark color. A lot of paint in it. And in our world, maybe there lives, right up through that dark, a big evergreen tree. There he is. Now if you have trouble making him stick, add a little paint thinner. Little paint thinner to your brush when you go through the paint. Once again, thin paint will stick to a thick paint. There we go. Maybe in here. Tell you what, let's have a bunch of them. We got a couple minutes left here. We'll just put in a whole little forest. There. Put in some little shapes. Here and there. The indication of some individual trees. Those are far away. There. A little closer to us. They're a little bigger, a little more distinct. There we are. All right. I like to paint trees. We'll do one more. One more. Like that. We'll take that same brush, go right through the yellows, cad yellow, yellow ochre, and that'll make green just by going through it. There, see? Just load it up. Go back up here. Take a little bit of that green, and we'll highlight our little trees. There they are. Just some highlights living out here. There. Maybe even back here. Just an indication of a few little things that live in there. And we'll take a whole big brush. Maybe we'll turn this into a little peninsula. It lives right out like that. That's all there is to it. Just tap in a little bit of color. I want to pull some of that down so it'll reflect right into the water. There. And go across. That easy. Same old brush. I'll go through some of the yellows. There. And we'll just put an indication of a little grassy area lives right up in here. About like that. Little Indian yellow. Once in a while, a little touch of the bright red. Not much bright red. Just a little. Just a little. little things back in here. Let's I'm going to take a little black, a little bit of brown mixed together. And I'm going to put the paint thinner with it to thin it down. I want to thin it very thin. Very thin. There we go. Take our filbert, go right through that dark color. And the other side we'll go through white with a little bit of brown in it, a little bit of the dark sienna. So we have dark on one side, light on the other. And let's go right up in here and make some little stones that live up in there. There, wherever you think they should live. Right in here. Maybe there's even some out in here. I don't know. You just put them wherever you want them. But you can make the entire stone in just one stroke this way. There we go. Take a little bit of the liquid white, put us in a little water line around these. Something like so. Don't want a lot of water line, just a little. Just to sort of bring it together. I'm going to put in one little bushy up here, and I'm going to call this one done. But I'm going to take a little green on the 1-inch brush. I know there's a little bush lives right here. Happy little bush. Nah, there's two. You're right. About like that. I think with that, if we had a little red, we could sign this rascal, call him done. We'll sign him right here. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It'll give you a challenge. It's a lot of fun. Let me know how you do with it. From all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. I'm certainly glad to see you today. I thought today we'd just do a little painting. It's a lot of fun, and I think you'll enjoy it. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I've got going up here today. I have my standard old double prime pre-stretched canvas up here, but today I've taken a little bit of brown acrylic and mixed it with gesso, and just took an old brush and sort of daubed in a basic idea here. As you can see, we're going to have a big tree here, and the rest of it we'll just sort of whatever happens, we'll just sort of let it happen. It doesn't matter. Let's start out today and just have fun. I'm going to use the old 2-inch brush. We'll go into a small amount of Indian yellow. And I've chosen the Indian yellow because it's transparent. Alrighty, let's go right up in here. I'm just going to come right in here and just begin with a little of this Indian yellow, making little crisscross strokes. And just cover up the entire canvas. Just cover it up. What the heck. But just use little X's, little crisscrosses. It doesn't take but a second with a big old brush. Something about like that. Just right over the top of this. Now the gesso, of course, was allowed to dry before we covered it with liquid clear. There. And the liquid clear is on there just so the yellow and other colors just go on very easily. If this was a dry canvas, we'd work ourselves to death trying to get that on there. There. Okay. And when you have the entire canvas covered, then we can mix up another color. Let me find my little knife here. I think today I'll make a transparent brown out of alizarin crimson and some sap green. Probably a little more crimson than green, depending on which way you want it to go, toward the red side or the green side. It's up to you. I want mine to go sort of toward the reddish side. All right. Okay, let me wipe off the old knife here. I'll just use the same old brush, it doesn't matter. We'll go into a little bit of that brown color, and I'm going to start down here at the bottom. Allow it to mix with the color that's already on there, and begin blending upward. Begin blending upward. I want it to be the darkest on the base and work up. So we'll start at the bottom and allow it to blend out. Just like so. That's really all there is to it. And maybe wherever you want it to go, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, because as you know, if you've painted with us before, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. There we are. While I have that old brown on the brush, let's take and put a little bit in the corners. By putting a little of this dark color in the corners, it'll make the lighter area look brighter. There. About like that. And just let it blend right into that yellow that we already have on there. And a little bit over in this corner. There we go. Already that's beginning to look like some beautiful little trees in the background. Using acrylic paint with gesso is fantastic. It opens all kinds of doors to your imagination. It'll let you go wild. Okay. And that's really about all I'm going to do for the background in this painting. Okay, now the most fun of all, let's wash the brush. And as you know, we wash our brush with odorless paint thinner. Be sure it's odorless. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. I thought maybe today, tell you what, let's get our little round brush. I'm going to take it, go into some of the yellows, yellow ochre, even a little bright red and Indian yellow here. I'm going to just jump back and forth between all the yellows and bright red. And sometimes I'm going to pick up, be right back, a little bit of alizarin crimson. Okay, let's go right up in here. Now we can come along in here and just begin picking out little individual things. Just little individual things. Maybe we'll make that a little brighter so it'll show up a little better. There. Little individual things. There, just all kinds of little doers that live in these things. Maybe over in here. Tell you what, let's make like a fall scene here. Like we have all kinds of little things happening. All kinds of nice warm colors. So you just decide where they are and drop them in. Wherever. This is just going to be little background things that live far in the distance. Pick up a little sap green once in a while too. Maybe, even if this is fall, sometimes there's still a little bush or two that's got a little green left on it that hides back in here. We don't want to leave him out. There, but work in layers. Do one little bush at a time and then work forward. Maybe, yeah, this one right here, we'll put some little highlights on him. But that's basically all we're doing. Allow that color that you put on first with the gesso and the acrylic to show through. And it'll create all kinds of beautiful and interesting effects. That easy. That easy. A little red, a little cad yellow with it makes a nice orange color. Yeah. In the fall, it looks like Jack Frost took all the colors on the palette and just sort of went crazy. And that's what we're going to do. There, it's a happy little bush that lives right there. Just like that. Once again, work in layers though. Do the little bush that you think's the farthest away and work forward. Always working forward. Vary your colors a little bit. The fall colors gives you a multitude of things to choose from. You can do all kinds of gorgeous things. There we are. Back into my yellow and red, makes a nice orange. Once again, I'm just going to sort of vary colors back and forth, wherever. Just enough so they stand out. There. Isn't that fantastic, though, that you can do a beautiful background? Look at all the different planes, the layers in there. You put a few sticks and twigs in there, and it'll look like it goes back 1,000 miles. And to me, that's what makes a painting fantastic, is that it has depth in it and dimension. It's not just an old flat surface. There. Okay, brighten that one a little bit so you can see. There we go. See, look at all those. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that fantastic? There. I tell you what, let's get crazy today. Maybe in our world back here, yeah. Let's have an old barn maybe that lives right in here. I'm going to take and just pick out a basic shape. I'm just scraping off the excess paint. And it'll, at the same time, just scrape in, as I say, a basic shape for a nice old barn that lives back here and has a good time. Maybe it comes out like cat, I don't know. Down, something like that. Over in here, might even be some, I know none of that makes sense yet, but it will in a minute. I'm just removing any excess paint. Now then, we can just take the knife, begin blocking some of this in. There's the back eave. We'll have an old barn that has a projection out there. I like those. I like those. Something about like him. There. Comes out. Down. Then we need a backside for the old rascal. We're just blocking in color here. Don't worry about it. I'm using that same brown that I made from the alizarin crimson and the sap green. And here we need a front on our barn. So we'll just drop it in. There. And the side. Like that. Maybe it's got a, maybe there's an old shed that comes out here on the side. Probably none of this makes sense yet, but I can sort of see it in my mind. And that's really all you have to do. If you can just sort of visualize things, then off you go. Gosh, what started out to be a little barn is going to end up being a big barn. But that's okay. We need a place to put the old cow. There we go. And all this will just fill in. All right, maybe today, tell you what, let's get crazy. Let's take the old filbert brush. I'm going to take some of that brown that I made. And we'll use the old filbert brown. Be right back. Get a little touch of the red. A lot of paint on there. Just really gob it on. So you just pull it through there. But don't overmix your color. There's all kinds of colors going on in there. Now, very gently, you just touch this, and let's just start pulling it down. Barely touch, though. Barely touch. Just enough to let the paint come off. And it'll make it look like old boards there. Old wood. Just enough that it drags the paint off the brush. There, it's very gentle. It's like putting snow on the mountain. Very, very gentle. Barely touch. You could do this with a knife if you wanted to. I thought maybe today we just do it with this. Doesn't much matter. It's up to you. There. A little more of the red in there. Just so it sort of matches everything. This is a super way of making old wood. And a little bit of the dark color. I want it a little darker up here because there'd be a little shadow cast from the top. Something like that. Let's get the knife. We'll take a little bit of yellow ochre, a little bit of red, a little bit of that brown we made. But don't overmix it. Leave it sort of marbled. So when you cut off that little roll of paint, you have all these colors. They're living right here in this roll on your knife. I just want to touch now and let it just bounce. Bloop, 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 bloop. Just let it bounce. And make it look like an old roof on this thing. It's like me, it's had a hard life, and this one's probably seen its better day. There. There comes a little point out there on the barn. I like to paint old barns. They're a lot of fun. A lot of fun. When I travel, I see barns all over. Sometimes I stop and take pictures of them. It's a good way to make your reference library on old buildings or even trees and clouds and stuff like that. Shoot, stop and take pictures of them. Save them. I have a file, I guess you would call it, of photographs and pictures and ideas that people have sent from all over the country. And that's where a lot of these ideas come from. I go through there and look at them and see what kind of scenes that people are sending in and that they want to see painted. And that's where we get a lot of ideas. So if you have some ideas you want done, send me a photograph. Maybe one day you'll see it on here. There. Just put a little highlight along the edge. maybe a little bit there, just so it stands out. Okay, wipe the old knife off. Now, just take a little bit of brown on the knife and just touch here and there, just to give a little division between the individual boards, slabs, whatever you want to call them. But just a little division between them. There. See how easy that is? You can really make old looking wood like that. It's not that difficult. Over here I want this to be almost dark. Very dark. But almost the color we painted it originally. Now we can come back with a knife and just do a barnectomy. We just cut the barn off so that it's where we want it. Something about like so. Now let's take some midnight black. Come right in here, put a door in. Got to have a place for the old cow to get in there. There. Take a little bit of brown, just go around and sort of outline the door. Shoot, that's not so bad. We got us a little barn right there. That easy. Now, maybe in our barn, let's make some more of that brown. Crimson, sap green mixed together. Didn't mix up enough to start with. Okay. Let's just sort of have an idea. Maybe here, there's an old path. Got to have a way for the cow to get up to the barn. Maybe when the storm comes, he has to go up there and hide. So we'll just put a little bit of color right on here like this. There. Have a path that goes up into the barn. All right. Wipe off the knife. We just use old 2-inch brush here a little bit. I'm gonna put a little of that brown on it, then go into all the yellows and the reds. But I put a little brown on it first. Okay, let's go up in here. Let's begin putting in some little grassy areas back in here, just by tapping. Not bright enough. Let's brighten it up a little. I'm gonna dip the brush into a little bit of liquid white. That'll brighten it and thin it at the same time. See, it jumps right on us there. There we go. Back to my little round brush. And let's go in here. Maybe this old farmer was like me. He didn't take care of his yard too well, and the bushes sort of grew up and took over. We just play with some of these colors that we were using, the reds and the yellows, a little green now and then. All kinds of little things. A little more of the liquid white, just to thin the color. We're getting quite a buildup of paint here now. So we have to begin thinning the color. There. Okay, maybe a little. Look at there. All kinds of little doers. And over here on the other side, shoot, maybe it's growing up here too. We don't know. We don't know. Wherever. Okay. We need to put some highlights on our path. For that, let's use some brown and some white. A little bit more brown. Ooh, that's pretty. I like that. A little roll of paint. Barely touch. Now you might want to use a small knife to sneak in here and do this. Barely touch. Just like you're making snow break on the mountain. I'll take a little bit of blue, a little phthalo blue, white. I want to just graze this with blue so it looks like shadows. Just here and there. Not much. Not much. There. And back to our little round brush. And let's go back in here and put in all kinds of little bushes and stuff that live around the old barn. We don't know. Don't know that we care. I'm just going to jump back and forth between the 2-inch brush and the little round brush. Back and forth. I'm going to make little grassy areas and then little bushes, and let's just sort of see what happens. Just let it work itself out. There. Maybe a little more red here and there. Ooh, that's pretty. There, that'd be a wonderful place for an old cow to live. So you already have your dark in. The acrylic and the gesso puts all your dark in for you. So all you have to do is put your highlights on. Makes it so much easier. There we go. Here and there and here, wherever. All right. That's really about all there is to it. Works very well. Helps create that illusion of depth and distance so you can sneak back up in there. Let's take a liner brush. We'll use a little brown, a little paint thinner in it. I just want to put in an indication here and there of a few little sticks and twigs that live in between some of these things. Once again, that'll help create the illusion of depth and distance in between individual. Now let's have some fun. Wipe off my filbert. I'm going to go right into that brown. Use the little filbert brush. Right in some of that brown that we made. Crimson, sap green. A lot of paint. Maybe. Okay, here's your bravery test. Maybe. Well, maybe not too big today. How about just a little tree that lives right here? Comes right down like that. You know me, I think everything needs a friend, even a tree. So we'll give him a little friend that lives here beside him. They have a good time together. It's okay to make up little stories about your paintings. People will look at you like you're strange, but it's okay. It really does help you in your mind sort of put these things together. Just put a little color around the edge of that, a little brown and white, like so. Just make him stand out a little bit. There. You could do that with a fan brush too if you wanted to, and just pull it around and make it look like little doers. Take our liner brush, some of the brown that we made, but we want this paint to be very thin, almost like ink. Liner brush has very long bristles. There you can see it in front of that color. See, it holds a lot of paint, but when you do it, turn it, twist it, that fills it. And now it's ready. Let's go up here. And we can go back up in here with our liner brush with a thin paint. And we can just put in the indication here and there of some little tree limbs, sticks, twigs, places for the birds to sit. There we are, wherever you want them. There. Peapod the pocket squirrel. He'd love to live in this tree. Did you see the little squirrels that we had in the series earlier? They were so fantastic. We showed them a couple of times. There. I like all those little critters. Peapod still lives in my backyard. We've turned him loose. He's been loose for quite a while. Probably has his own family now. But he still comes every day. And he's like a little puppy. He comes to my back door. And he'll actually scratch on the glass at the back door, sliding glass door there, and hassle me till I let him in, and then he knows where the nuts are stored. And he goes and finds the one that he wants, and out he goes. We do not advocate keeping any of these wild animals as pets. We raise them and we turn them loose back to the wild. There. But wild animals need to be wild. There we are. Okay, but you just put as many or as few little limbs on there as you want. Just sort of decide where they should live and drop them in. There. Something about like that. And a little more paint thinner. I'm just adding a little more thinner here and there. I'll put a few little sticks and twigs that live down in here and wherever we want them. Maybe over in here too. Sorry to keep jumping around. Okay. And I'm going to put a few up in here, and I think that's going to be about all we need to do. This part up in here, I'm not even going to touch. I'm going to let the acrylic and gesso mixture show through. And that way we have parts of the painting that are very thick, parts that are very thin, parts that are dark, parts that are light, and it just sort of all works together. And it's a beautiful way of doing a little painting that I think you'll like. Okay. Shoot, let's take a little paint thinner, a little bit of the bright red, think I'll sign this little rascal. And we'll sign it right down here. Something about like so. You know, I've mentioned before, one of the questions I hear over and over, and I get a lot of letters from fantastic people every week, but one of the questions is, how do I sign my painting? Physically, how you sign it is, I thin the paint till, once again, it's almost like ink, and use the liner brush, and you can write. I've had people who use the back of the liner brush and just scratch through the paint to do their signature. Some people will sign with a symbol, some with a name, some with a last name, some with a first name. Probably the most unique signature that I ever remember was a wonderful lady that painted with me in Alaska, and she used to sign her paintings Grandpa's wife. She said everybody signed it Grandma, but she wanted to be different, so she signed it Grandpa's wife. But develop your own signature, and it becomes part of your personality and part of your painting that everyone will recognize. And 100 years from now, when people find your painting, they'll recognize your signature, and they'll know that you had a fantastic day, and that on this day, you experienced the joy of painting. Until next show, from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You know, I'm so crazy about this colored gesso and the black and white and gray gesso that we've been using. I thought today we'd do another little painting using some of that. But let's start out first of all and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us, and they'll come out right about there. Okay, while they're doing that, let me show you what I've got today. Today I've taken an oval canvas. Now this is, I hope you can see it against a black background, but this is just a canvas that's made in the shape of an oval. A lot of times we use contact paper and make ovals on rectangular canvases, but today I'm using an oval canvas. You can pick it up in any art store around the country. I've taken a little of the black, white, and gray gesso and a liner brush, and probably an old liner brush is better to use. And I've just painted in some little tree trunk shapes, very quick. And then some limbs, and then took a paper towel and just daubed in a little bit of little gobs of gesso to make it look like little leaf areas, and allowed that to dry completely. Now let's go right down here. Down on the bottom, I've taken the filbert brush and I've used black gesso and gray gesso, and I've just made some little stones, the same way as we make stones normally. In fact, before it's over with, I'll show you how to make some above the water. I'm going to have water in this, and I want it to have stones underneath. I allowed the gesso to dry completely. Gesso is an acrylic base, and it needs to dry completely. After it was dry, then I've covered the entire little oval canvas with a very thin coat of liquid clear. And the clear is on there just to make it wet and slick, and it allows us to actually blend color right up here. Whew, what a long explanation, but it's really very simple, and if you've never painted, this is one you can do. Let's start out today with we'll use a 2-inch brush and a small amount of phthalo blue. I like phthalo blue because it's a very bright blue. It's a happy blue. There we go, and it's very transparent. But just load a little onto the 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go up in here now. Now all you have to do when you have this gessoed background is really just apply color. And it's mixing with the liquid clear that's on there. And what it is in reality is a glaze. It's just a glaze. It goes right over the top of that. And that easy. You can just turn this into a gorgeous blue background. Now you can do this with any transparent color. I've just picked blue today, but you can do it with any color. It doesn't matter. Any transparent color. Sap green in this particular painting would be gorgeous. While I've got that blue on there, I'm gonna just add a little more to my brush. Let's just cover up the rest of the canvas. Now already, just painting over these, I hope you can see them. These little rock indications, already it looks like there's water on top of them. I'm just going to go ahead and cover all this with phthalo blue while I have it on the brush. Something about like that. Now when you're doing this with these colored gessos, it's unbelievable some of the effects you can make. And all the different transparent colors. If you wanted this to be greenish, you could take like Indian yellow and mix in here. It'd make a green background. It'd be wonderful. Or once again, you could just use sap green. Let your imagination go, experiment. And you know, the very worst thing that can happen to this is that you take a little paint thinner on a paper towel and you wipe it off. It doesn't hurt the gesso at all, and you do it again. Wonderful way to practice because you can't make a mistake here. Let's wash the brush. It's the most fun part anyway. It's the most fun part. Shake off the excess and just beat the devil out of it. That really is the fun part. Okay, I think maybe today we need a way for the water to get down here. I'm going to have a little waterfall. Show you how easy it is to make a little waterfall. I'm going to dip my brush into a little bit of liquid clear. And then we'll go through the titanium white. I'll be right back. I'm going to reach up here, just get a little bit of phthalo blue. I put the liquid clear in here just to thin it a little bit. That's all, just to thin it. I tell you what, let's do. Let's make a waterfall today that maybe there's a big rock behind it. So if there is, let me just grab a little bit of this Van Dyke brown real quick. A little dark sienna mixed together. Show you how easy it is to make maybe like a little rock that lives right here. Just take the knife and sort of pull in a little bit of brown. Do the thing that's farthest away first. I decided that it would be neat to have a rock back here. So we'll put it in first. Take a little white. We'll take a little midnight black and put with it a little more. I want to make a gray color. A little touch of Prussian blue. So it makes sort of a bluish gray color, maybe even a little dark sienna. But notice we're leaving it marbled. We're not over mixing it. When we cut off with a knife and pick it up, those same streaks or striations in there will be right in there. And when you touch, very gently, just barely touch, all those little things will happen. It'll drive people crazy trying to figure out how in the world you got all that detail in there. And you didn't hardly do a thing. That's all there is to it. Make it look like a little rock. Now we go back to our fan brush. Think about a waterfall. Water's just coming along here, having a good time, and falls over. See, that's all there is to it. Just let it drop. Try to do it in one stroke. We'll add a little more clear. There, see? Straight and then down. All right, I'll just keep doing that and we'll end up here with Niagara Falls. There. All right, that's basically all we want. When the water gets down toward the base, I'm going to use a little blender brush. Tap a very small amount of that color on there. I want to create splashing in mist. I'm just using a little blender because it's so soft you can paint right over the top of that. We'll put a little mist right in there. I'm going to use the other corner, which is clean. I just turned it over. Now then, just to diffuse it a little bit. A little hair fell out. We'll just pick it off. No big deal. There. These are natural bristle brushes, which means it's real hair. And sometimes hair gets a little crazy. You know, look at mine. And you would lose a hair or two. Don't worry about it. Just take the corner of the brush like so and lift it off. That's all there is to it. But look what gorgeous little misty area that made. And it's so easy. Van Dyke brown, dark sienna. I want a good strong dark brown here. A little roll of paint once again. And maybe let's put a nice rock over here on this side. Something to contain that waterfall. You just let it go wherever you want it to go. Right down to the mist and sort of drag it so it just disappears into the mist. We can come back and add a little more mist on this side too, just to give the indication that the mist is floating around there. Back to our same little colors that we used on the other side. And let's put a top up here on this. Make it look sort of flat. Maybe a little fox comes right up here and looks over the edge and sees what's happening. Or whatever little creature you want. There we go. Little baby foxes are one of the cutest things in nature. There, one of the animal rehab people that I work with in Florida, Carmen Shaw, she told me if you look in the dictionary under cute, it'll say sea baby fox. I think that's true. All right, now that gives us a nice little area. As I say, if you wanted to bring this mist out a little more, you can bring it on this side of the rock. That easy. Now it just sort of floats on both sides. This very soft brush works great for this. You can intermingle these colors without them blending. But you need a very, very soft brush to do that. Now then, time to have some fun. We'll take the old big brush. I'm going to take some midnight black, Prussian blue. I'll put some alizarin crimson in it. And some sap green. Just all those dark colors, it doesn't matter. Okay, let me clean off the knife. And let's take a little of that color right on the old 2-inch brush. And I'm tapping the bristles. Load it by pulling it through, load both sides full of paint, and then sort of tap it. That makes a nice chiseled edge that we can work with. And let's go up in here. Let's have some big green bushes and trees that live up in here, and maybe they start way up in here. I'm gonna put some dark on, just so we have an area for our highlights to show off. You need dark in order to see light. So just begin thinking about basic shape here. Just basic shapes, that's all we're looking for. Ooh, I covered up all my little trees back here. But we know they're there. Maybe there's a happy little bush lives right here. I'm using basically just the corner of the brush. You could do this with a 2-inch brush, with a 1-inch brush, round brush. It doesn't matter. Maybe we'll use a 1-inch brush just to show you how it works too. I usually prefer to use the big brush. Down here it doesn't take a whole lot because the black gesso is going to create that illusion for us. On the other side, you know me. Let's have another big bush that lives right here. Comes right up over the top. There. Maybe it hangs out right here. Wouldn't this be a wonderful place for a bush to live and has all the water it wants? And what a fantastic view. And with this much water churning, the humidity would be very high here. It'd be wonderful for bushes and trees. There. Bring it down right about like that. Shoot, we're about in business. Okay, let me find a 1-inch brush today. We'll use it to make all these little things. I'll just go through. Let's go through the color we put the background in with. Take that through the yellows. And once in a while we'll touch a little bright red just to dull it. But tap the same way. See that little ridge of paint right there? That's a fantastic close-up right there, but look at that. There's one just like it right on here on the end of the brush. And that's what we're going to paint with. So pull it to load it, then tap. That's all there is to it. Now let's go up here and use it. Take this little 1-inch brush, use just the corner, and begin picking out little individual highlights. Little things that you see up in there, wherever you want them. But do one little thing at a time. Don't get greedy. It gets working good and it feels good and off you go. Next thing you know, you've covered up all your dark and have nothing left. If you have trouble making it stick, add the least little touch of paint thinner to your brush. Thin paint will stick to a thick paint. Thin to thick. There. And reload frequently. When it stops coming off the brush easy, just reload it. There. Once again, think about shape and form and all the little things that live in there. Darker, darker, darker down here toward the base. There's got to be a quiet place in there for the little bunny rabbit to live. There. Maybe there's a happy little bush lives right here. Once again, you could do this with a 2-inch brush, the 1-inch brush like I'm using here, the half round brush or the full size round. Any one of them would work just as well. Today I just thought I would show you this little brush, but it's up to you. Up to you. Maybe there's a thing, it just hangs right over the side there. Big old bushy thing, just sort of hangs over. Add a little paint thinner to my brush. A little more sap green, a little more of the yellow. Come right down in here. Maybe there's a huge, big old bush that lives, or tree that lives here. Yeah, see? But just think about individuals. This is not difficult at all to do. Probably, once again, the biggest mistake made is it begins working and you cover up all the dark. And then you lose the definition between each little clump. There's probably a better word than clump, but I don't know what it is. Little individual highlights. Spend some time studying trees and bushes. Go out in your yard and make friends with a tree. People, they'll look at you like you're a little weird, but just tell them you're an artist. They'll understand. Because as artists, we're allowed to be a little different. We see things differently. We appreciate nature more than most people do. Enjoy that. There we go. Something like so. Little devil lives right there. There. Wherever you want him. You make the decision. Little Indian yellow now and then. A little touch of the bright red too. There. Ooh, that's a nice little color. Shiny little color. Okay, other side. Other side. We don't want him left out. Here's a happy little bush. I'm going to change the color a little bit right there. Yeah, that's better. A little more yellow ochre in that bush. He lives up here and he watches the waterfall as it goes by. He's got the best view in town. There. Okay. But once again, don't get greedy with this. Just take your time. Do one little rascal at a time. Think about that big arm. It hangs over here. Maybe this one comes right out in front of the waterfall. Allow some of them to come in from the waterfall. It will push the waterfall back and make it look farther away. It'll make your painting look deeper, much deeper. There, something about like that. Got to hang on to these old trees and save them. Not only are they beautiful, but they're beneficial. Shoot, they make oxygen, and I like that. There. It's like I get a lot of mail. I think even the utility company sends all these advertisements in the mail. Had to cut down a tree to make. So my big thing is now, I put them back in the envelope and send them back to them with a check. Let them dispose of them. They get enough of them back, they'll quit sending them. There. I do that to everybody that sends me all kinds of junk mail. There we go. Now, let's put some land down here. We'll take a little bit of that Van Dyke brown dark sienna mixed together. A little roll of paint right on the edge of the knife. Don't need a lot. Maybe in our world, there's just a little peninsula comes out here. A little bit of land lives out here. We don't know, wherever you want it. Dark sienna, Van Dyke brown. Maybe over on this side there's even a little, not a lot. Now, go back to my little 1-inch brush. I'm going to add some more sap green to make it a little darker. Ooh, nice dark green color. Once again, tap to get our little ridge of paint in there. About like that. Adjust the flavor till it's the way you want it. Now, right up in here, there lives a little bush right there. A little grassy area. See how easy it is to make these little grassy areas? Just sort of tap, tap, tap. There. It's much faster to do with a 2-inch brush. But this is, I just wanted to show you it'll work with either brush. So on the other side over here, there's some little grassy areas. And some people will find they like the little brush better. Might give you a little more control. There we go. No, I think the big brush has more bristles that you're using, and maybe that's why I prefer it. but it's a very individual thing. I want to show you as many different ways of doing things as possible, and then what you do is up to you, totally and completely. I'm going to take a little bit of brown, a little bit of white, a little paint thinner on the old liner brush, and maybe here and there and there and here we can make out the indication of a few old tree trunks that live in there. Just some stems. We don't know what they are. I don't even know what's hooked to them, if anything. Maybe this tree died years ago and just sort of left a skeleton out here. I like old trees. There. Wherever you think they should live. That's exactly where they should be. But see, those give different dimensions and planes in your painting. Creates the illusion of a little depth and distance. You can have a few over here too. It doesn't matter. Just wherever. Okay, time to have some fun here. Let me clean off a spot to work. Got the biggest palette in town and I still use it all up. I think I'm just a messy painter. Let's take some black and some Van Dyke brown mixed together. We just mix it up. Now I'm going to add some paint thinner. I want to thin this down very thin. So I'm just adding paint thinner to it, that's all. No big deal. Because remember our golden rule, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we've thinned this down. Then I'm going to make one more color and thin it down. Then we'll paint some little rocks in our water. There, just wipe the knife. We'll take, well, there's some nice gray color we used earlier. Might as well put it in there. Some white, we'll put a little black with it to make a gray. Maybe even a little touch of brown in that too. Something like that. You decide. That's too bright. Add a little more black to it. There. It's getting better now. Okay, now I want to add paint thinner to that. Once again, same thing. All I'm doing is just thinning the paint, that's all. Just thinning the paint, because our paint is very dry, very firm. It's much thicker than traditional oil paints. There, now we have two piles of thin paint. One very dark, one light. Let's find a little filbert. There. Let's take the filbert and we'll go through the dark first. Both sides. Load both sides. Now I'll bring the light up here and pull just one side through the light. So I have light on one side, dark on the other. Light, dark. There, maybe I can see that better. Light, dark. Okay, now then, be sure the light side's to the top. You can go up in here and just begin to decide where little rocks and stones live. Let's see, I'll turn this way, you can see it. Touch and just make a little, just a little stone, just like that. There we go. And you decide how many live in your world. Okay, let's put a few on the other side too. Maybe there's one right out on the end here. And you can make them big, little, it doesn't matter. Some of them live up in here. Do you ever think you could paint so many little rocks so easy? You can. This makes it very simple. Shoot, maybe there's a big one over in here. I don't know. Now, a little bit of liquid clear, and I'm back to my brush. It has the phthalo blue, the titanium white, and a little liquid clear on it. Once again, the liquid clear is on there only to thin the paint. Okay, let's go up in here. Now we got to think about a few little ripples on here. Don't want a lot, just a few little ripples running across the water. I'm going to wipe off some of the color I had there. Just let that play through there. You want to keep this transparency. So maybe there's a little watery fall right there. A little splash at the bottom. But now you can literally look through the water and see the rocks underneath. And to me, that's fantastic. I tried for a long time before we developed the liquid clear to come up with a way of doing this wet on wet. And this is one of the easiest, nicest ways that I've ever seen. It works. take the liquid clear and the black gesso put together. It's unreal what you can do with it. But isn't that neat that you can see through this water and see the rocks underneath? There. I think that's fantastic. I'm going to take my small knife, a little white, a little black and brown mixed together. There we go. A little more black in there. And I just want to define this edge a little. It bothers me that it doesn't show up quite as much as I want it to. There. That's all I'm going to do to it, just so it stands out and you can see it nice and plain. And I think with that, shoot, we've about got a finished painting. This is a painting that you can do. Once again, even if you've never painted, this one you can do. Every day I get letters from people that tell me their 3rd or 4th grade art teacher told them they had no talent, and all their life they've had this desire wanting to paint. This is one you can do. Let's sign this little painting right here, and we'll call it finished. If you do this one, take time, take a photograph and send it to me. Let me see your results and what you're doing. I'd love to hear from you. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, I'm glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd just do a fantastic little scene that I think you'll enjoy. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got up here. I have my plain old 18 by 24 inch double prime canvas, and today I've just covered the entire canvas with a little thin coat of liquid white. That's really all we have on there, just a little liquid white. And I thought maybe today we'd do a little winter scene. Now personally, I like winter scenes that are quite warm, and I have a tendency to paint them that way, but I've got a lot of letters from people saying, hey, I like the ones that are very cold. So I want to show you how to do a scene that's very, very cold. You may have to put your coat on for this one's over. So let's just have some fun today. Let's start out with a small amount of phthalo blue, just a little bit. I'm going to use a very limited palette today. By that all I'm meaning is just very few colors to do this, mostly just blue, black, and white. Now then, let's just take a little bit of this phthalo blue, and we'll just start in like this, making little X's, little crisscross. But I'm going to start and work outward so it gets larger, about like that. I like phthalo blue. It's a very warm blue. Probably has a little green in it. It's a very nice blue though. Now, we have a little blue circle up here in the sky. Let's take, without even cleaning the brush, and I'm going to go into Prussian blue. And Prussian blue is many, many times stronger. It's a very dark, strong, rich blue. Just load a little color into it. And we'll go right up in here, still using a little crisscross strokes. Something about like that. A little touch more. There. And then I'll just bring it right down into the phthalo blue. Just let them sort of blend together, like so. We'll come back and blend it a little more in a minute. There. But basically that's all we're looking for. But the paint goes on very easily because we have the liquid white on here. It just blends right on here. We're working on a dry canvas. You'd probably be in agony city by now. Probably be upset with me. And we want this to work for you. I'm going to take some Prussian blue and some black. Each layer, as we go away from the lightest area, is getting darker and darker. Darker and darker. There we go. This is Prussian blue and midnight black. There. And out here on the very end, we'll just go into black. There is a little blue on the brush, so it'll mix with the black that we put on there. Okay. Shoot, we just about have, we might as well just fill the whole canvas up, it doesn't matter. We're going to do a little winter picture. Any of this blue that ends up down in the snow will just turn into shadows. It's okay. We don't worry about it. Now, the most fun part of the whole technique. That's washing the brush. There we go. Shake off the excess. And there we are. Now, let's take the old 2-inch brush, and I'm going to take one corner, just one corner, and go into a little bit of titanium white. That's a beautiful close-up there, but you can see just one corner is hitting the paint. Okay, let's go back up here. Now, decide where your light source is. And in my painting, I think it's going to be right here. In your world, you may want it somewhere else. But take that one corner that has the paint on it, and start around, going around. Round and around and around we go. There we are. See? That's all there is to it. And just begin working it outward. You want this to be the lightest, brightest part of the painting. There. And you can do this as many times as you want. But if you get your brush contaminated with blue, I would suggest that you clean your brush before you go back into the white. There we are. I'm going to clean the brush and do it one more time, just to get a little bit brighter. Actually, I was just looking for an excuse to clean the brush. One more time, right here, and work outward. There we go. All right. As I say, you can do this several times to achieve a desired lightness. Now then, we can just blend the rest of the canvas together. Just blend it till you can't tell where one color stops and the next color starts. It can be very smooth. And you can have a graduation of color from quite dark down to almost pure white. All right, and then very lightly, 3 hairs and some air. I'll just blend all the way across it, just to take out the little brush marks and everything and bring it all together. There. Okay, and that's about all I'm going to do for that little sky. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take a little bit of blue and some white and mix it together. I want to make a light blue. That's pretty good. That's a little phthalo, a little Prussian, and a little white. Okay, let me clean off the old knife. We just wiped the knife on a paper towel. Hands wiped on the pants. There you go. I'm going to take the fan brush, put a little bit of, I'm going to put some more white in there. Put a little bit on the bristles. I don't need a lot of paint, but it's very light. In fact, it's almost the color of the sky. And we can hold it up here and check. It may not be, this may be, well, it's got to be a little darker, you're not going to see it. But just sort of test it. Oh, that's good there. And maybe back in here, there's a little hill. Once again, I want this almost the color of the sky. So you really have to sort of study to even find it. This is going to end up being just the indication of little hills that live far away, way back in the distance. Now we can take a 2-inch brush, grab that, and just gently pull it. Very gently. And just blend it together. Blend it together. As I say, I want that to be far away. Quiet little devil. There. Very tranquil. Serene. There. Just an indication of something going on back here. Brush is too slow. Let's get the old 2-inch brush here. I'm going to take a little bit of the phthalo blue. Oh, we'll add a little Prussian blue too. Phthalo and Prussian both. Now, tap the brush, push it. Get a little bit on right on the end of the bristles. Let's go up in here. And maybe, see if that's a little darker. Yep. Each one of these little foothills that we put in here, I want them to get a little darker. Foothills, little mountains, whatever. Maybe it goes all the way up to there. Add a little more color to my brush. All the way up, and maybe it goes over here. I don't know. It's up to you. You make these big decisions where all these little things live in your world. There. Now I'm going to take and lift upward. Just lift it straight up. So it looks like little trees that live far, far away, way back in the distance somewhere. We don't know where they are. Too far away. There. Lift upward. There. It's unbelievable that you can make such delicate looking little things with a brush this big. But you really can. Maybe something comes down right on out through here. Just let your imagination go. It'll take you anywhere that you want to be. Anywhere that you want to be. Just all kinds of little things that grow down the side of the hill. There. This is a very simple little painting. You should have no problem with it if you're just beginning to learn this technique. This is one that you can do. It's very easy. And it uses very few colors. Very, very few colors. All right. Once again, lift up. Make sure these little lines go straight up, or it'll look like the wind's blowing about 1,000,000 miles an hour in your world, and all the trees have been blown over nearly. So make sure that goes straight up. Something like so. Okay. But isn't that a simple, simple way of making a very effective little hill that you can see all the little things growing down on? Works. That's what's so great about this technique. It works. Maybe over here. It's a little, see? Just lift upward. Make all kind of little doers wherever you want them. Let's take us a fan brush, a little bit of titanium white. We said this was winter, so we'll put a little snow in there. Just load some white right on the brush, okay? Now, you have to start making some decisions. Maybe there's a little bit of snow laying back in here. And we want this to indicate that it just sort of climbs right up the side of the mountain there. Let it just disappear. We don't know where it goes back here. Don't know that we even care. Don't know that we even care. There. See, but just sort of pay attention to the angles and how they flow in your world. All right. See all that blue color is under there? It doesn't matter. It now comes out to be beautiful shadows. It's one of those happy accidents. We like those. There. Wherever you want this to go. Already it looks like you could take your dog sled and just travel way back in there. Or your snow machine, or whatever you have. I lived in Alaska a long time, so I'm used to people having dog sleds. That's still a big sport in Fairbanks where I lived. And they have big dog sled races up there every year right in the middle of town. Sometimes they have the Iditarod, which is I think about a 1,500-mile dog race. Boy, that takes a tough person. Whew. And I think it's been won by a lady the last few years. Okay. Let's go back to our little fan brush that had the blue on it. I'm going to take some white and some blue, since that's all I have is white and blue, basically. We'll throw a little black in it too. This painting is really more of an exercise in values. The intensity of the color. Let me wipe off the knife. There. We'll load a little of that on the fan brush, and maybe in our world here. Okay, we'll just check out your bravery. Right in front of this mountain, maybe there lives maybe a little stand of trees, or a little grouping of trees. There, about like that. We'll just let them wander down the side. We don't know where they go. that we even care. Doesn't matter. We'll figure that out next. Right now, we just want to drop some in. There. See, maybe we just go on down here and just let them sort of disappear into teeny little trees. Back up in here. I don't know where they'll go. But it doesn't matter at this point. It really doesn't matter. Now, take a 2-inch brush. I'm going to tap that just a little. I want the base of these trees to be a little softer than the top. So all I'm going to do is just tap and then lift upward. Like that. And go back, smooth our snow out. See how easy that is? And we're back in business. And back to my little fan brush. We'll have some snow going right up in here. Just sort of let it creep right up to the base of these trees. So it looks like there's a little incline there, a little hill. There. Something about like that. We don't know. Don't know that we care right now. We're just putting in little angles and stuff. And then we'll begin to look at them and see what we have. Back to the fan brush, it has the tree color on it. Maybe there's some happy little bushes that live right in there. Just touch, lift upward, make it look like little grassy areas back in there. Here and there, and there and here, wherever you want them. All right, maybe in our world, get the small knife. I'll just use some of that same blue color that we were using. Maybe in our world, back in here, maybe there's a little, well, it could be a little, might be a little river or something back in here. Just take very gently. It's far away. Far away. Just laying some basic shapes here. Then we'll come back and blend it. I'm just laying it right on top. Then we can take our 2-inch brush and very gently blend this. It'll smooth it all out. There. But see, it looks like it goes back 1,000,000 miles and the snow's blown over it. Have to put a little obstacle there, so if they're going to have a dog race, it won't be too easy. All right. Now, need something right here. So we'll just drop in. Maybe there's another little stand of trees far back here. Lift up. I'm lifting these a little higher than I lifted the ones above it because to my mind they're a little closer to me. But just a little higher. There. See there? Back to our fan brush with a white on it. And we can clean the base of it up a little. All right. Now, we'll take our colors, since we have such a large selection, some phthalo blue, some Prussian blue, and some black, a little bit of white. It doesn't matter. But there is a little white in there. And of course, it's predominantly blue. Predominantly blue. Let me grab another fan brush. I have several going here, so I don't have to spend all my time just washing fan brushes. There. You know, when you're painting, a lot of times it pays in each brush to have 2 of each, so you can have one for dark color and one for light. It saves you from having to wash the brush continually. Use just the corner of the brush here, just the corner, and begin working down. I think we'll pop in a little evergreen tree that lives right here. Right there. Got to cover up that little area, so we'll just drop him in. There. And you know me, I think everybody deserves a friend. Gotta have a friend. There. It's one thing painting has brought me that I never suspected when I first started, is a multitude of the most wonderful friends in the entire world. I've met people all over the country. Some of them have turned out to be lifelong friends. But they're all fantastic. People from every walk of life seem to enjoy painting. Annette and I, as we travel around the country doing demonstrations and putting on shows, we've had the opportunity to meet people, as I say, from basically every walk of life to some of the biggest celebrities in the country. And you know what? They all share a love of painting. It makes no difference. There. In fact, just the other day, to me, one of the greatest celebrities in the country and Western music industry, Mr. Hank Snow. I met him through painting, and we remain friends to this day. And I just think he's one of the neatest people that I've ever met, whether he was a celebrity or not. He's just a nice man. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of phthalo blue, a little white. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get a little touch of the liquid white too, just to thin the color down. Because you know our golden rule, thin paint, stick to a thick paint. Now we have a much thinner paint, so it'll stick right over the top of this thick paint. And let's just use that to indicate some highlights. I don't want too many. Don't want too many. There. And when you're doing yours, you decide how many highlights you want on your tree. Maybe you want them brighter. Maybe you want to leave them darker. Personally, I like to leave evergreen trees pretty dark. To me, they look darker than most trees. There. And since we're only working with values in this painting, basically, we need the contrast. There. Back to my little fan brush that has the white on it. And maybe, shoot, right there, be brave. Shoot. We'll just drop right in there. Bring that right up. Something like that. And just smooth that out. You could really put this snow in with a 2-inch brush. It'd go in just as well. I just thought today we'd use the old fan brush. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. Any way that you can apply it. The only rule that I respect in painting is that painting makes you happy and that you enjoy what you're doing. Other than that, it's up to you. Up to you. Any way you can create an effect that you want to your satisfaction has to be wonderful. Has to be. See, I'm just cleaning up the base of that. Sometimes you can take a little of the shadow color and you can just put all kinds of little, maybe there's a little stone that lives under there somewhere. Take your big brush, blend him out. See, that big brush just zips right along there. Wipe off some of that paint. There. Something about like it. I know what we need. If you've painted with me before, you know what's coming. Bob's got to have his big tree in here. I like big trees. I lived in Alaska for a long time, and everything's big here. Same color, same blues, but this time darker. Has very little white in it. You ready? Okay, here's your bravery test. Don't put it right in the center. That bothers the eye. Put it to one side or the other a little bit. I've chosen to go a little bit to the left side. But in your world, you may want to go to the right or wherever. Just, I'd recommend not putting it dead in the center. There. Whew, I said big tree. Here he comes. Big old tree. Great big tree. If you have trouble making the paint stick as you come down over all this white, add a little paint thinner. I might do that myself. Just dip the brush into a little paint thinner, then go through the paint. But let me repeat the word little. You don't need much. Don't need much. Keep your paints as firm and dry as you possibly can. Okay, yeah, he needs a friend too. Just a little friend. There. These trees just live right in your fan brush. All you gotta do is just sort of shake them out. They're in there. They're in there. Now then, I'm going back to my brush that has the phthalo blue, the liquid white, and a little titanium white on it. Remember, the liquid white's in there only to thin the paint. Only to thin the color. Nice, though. Let's just come in here and drop in a few happy little highlights wherever you want them. There. This little tree's got to have some too. Just because he's small doesn't mean he wants to be left out. He's got the same needs and desires as the big tree, just like we do. There. Okay. So you just sort of bring that all together down here. Just running back and forth between my fan brushes, maybe doop, doop, just pop it up. Maybe there's some little bushy things that live right in there, come out, wherever. Bloop, bloop, wherever. See, you just touch it, lift up. Just touch and lift up. There's one over here. I'm sorry to jump around so much. I just keep seeing things. Drives that mean old director crazy though when I do that. But it's good for her. Keeps her on her toes. There. About like that. See, you just sort of work these things together. And it gives the indication of a big old tree sitting out here overlooking a little river that maybe it's froze up for the winter. Way back over there somewhere. That's about all you need. Shoot. I think we got a finished painting. Take a little paint thinner. I put a little red out here just for the signature. And let's sign this little rascal, maybe right here. Hope you've enjoyed this one. If you'll give it a try, it'll give you a lot of experience using the equipment and building confidence. And that's what it's all about. So until next time, I'd like to wish you happy painting and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today we'd do a painting that's just very pretty to make you feel good inside. So let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what we got up here. I have my standard old 18 by 24 inch double prime canvas, but you use whatever size is convenient for you. I've just covered the entire canvas with a very, very thin coat of liquid white, so it's all wet and ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. Maybe we'll start out with a little tiny 2-inch brush. And to that, we'll add a little bit of Indian yellow. Just a small amount. Don't need much. Thought let's just do something that's bright and shiny and pretty. As I say, it'll make you feel good inside. All right, we'll just put a little yellow right there. Something about like that. There we go. Without cleaning the brush, I'm gonna go right into yellow ochre. Now, yellow ochre is sort of a gold color. It's very nice, warm color. I like it. There. If you put 2 eyes and a big smiley face on there, we'd have somebody's portrait right there. No, not really. There we go. Let's just blend that together. Maybe a little more of the ochre. Blend it out somewhere like that. We don't care. Doesn't make any difference. Because as you know, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents here on canvas. Okay, now I'm gonna wash the old brush off. And we wash our brushes, since these are oil paints, with odorless paint thinner. Shake it off. And just cover everything in about a block radius. Now then, I want to mix up, let's take some phthalo blue. I'm going to make a pretty good pile. And alizarin crimson. And just mix it together. Phthalo blue and alizarin crimson. Proportionately. Much, 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 much more crimson than blue. Much more. There we go. We'll just make a nice lavender color. About like that. Okay, good. Now you may want to put a little white over here and test it to see what color it is, because it just sort of looks black on the palette, and you might want to test it. All right, I'm going to put a little bit of this on my 2-inch brush. Then I'm going to start on the outside edge and just begin blending that in. I don't want a dark color here, just a little lavender. Just to bring it up like that. As I say, I thought we'd do something today that's just very bright and sparkly. Maybe even something that has an autumn feel to it. What the heck? There we go. I'm going to put a little bit on the other side over here too. We don't want him left out. There. Just sort of blend it around. Like that. Okay, maybe right in there. And that's about all we're looking for. There. Now I have several brushes going. I'm going to grab another one and put titanium white on it. Just a little titanium white. And come right up here in about the center. Take a little white and begin blending outward. I want this to be very bright right in here. So take a little bit of the titanium white and just really work it in there and work outward. Once you get the brush contaminated with color, try not to take it back into the center. You can do this as many times as you want to achieve any desired lightness. But I would suggest that you clean the brush each time you go back to the center. Otherwise, you're going to drag that dirty color right back into the light area. Now then, we can take it very lightly, just blend the entire canvas. And just sort of bring it all together, that easy. There. And that'll sort of give us a nice warmish glow right out there. Now then, while I got that old brush going, well, let's see, I got another one here that has lavender on it. We'll use that. Let's put a little bit of that lavender color right on the brush. Just tap a little into the bristles. And maybe in our world, back in here, I don't know, just start making decisions here. Maybe there's some little things that live back in here, wherever. We're just going to make some little background indications, things that live far away. There. As you run out of paint, just turn the brush over, use the other side. Either side. There we go. Just some little indications. I don't know exactly what they are, and I don't know that we really care at this point. Just background material. Sometimes you can take the brush and just hold it vertically and put in all kinds of little indications wherever. Once again, this is just background material. We're not really concerned with it at this point. Maybe later on we will be, but right now it's just background material. There. As you begin running out of paint, you can put things that are closer to the light source up here because they would be lighter. There we go. Just little hints of things that you can see back here. We don't know where they are. Very quiet little quiet things. See them? See? It gives the impression there's things back here, but we don't know what they are. And I really don't know that it even matters right now. Just indications. And more little things that hang out over here, wherever you want them. There. Just all kinds of little doers. There we go. We nearly have the whole thing painted already. But that's all it takes. It's really all it takes. Just let your imagination take you to anywhere that you want to be. That easy. Now we can come back and begin making the indication of layers. Do the shape that in your mind is the farthest away first, and then work forward. And it'll create depth, even in little background things like this. And chances are we'll cover most of it up, but some of them may show through. And people will think that you've worked for long periods of time to create these illusions. Shh, it's our secret. Don't tell them. Just enjoy. Just enjoy. There. Just let them pop right in there. But see, each layer gets a little bit darker. And already it looks like you can see way back in there. And we really haven't done hardly a thing. Maybe we'll have a little water. We can just pull some of this down. We'll decide where the water lives later. But we have a little bit in there if we need it. I'm gonna take a little bit of blue, a little phthalo blue, and just add right in there. So it has a little bluish cast to it. but it's still mostly lavender. It's just more to the blue side now. All right. Let's see. Here's a brush. We'll put a little white on it. This is just titanium white. Maybe in our world, it's right there. Maybe there's light singing right across the water. Want that to be nice and shiny. Okay, back to my brush with the lavender. I'm just sort of going back and forth. There, maybe there's a happy little bush that lives right here. Comes right out like that. There. And we'll pull a little reflection down for him. That easy. That easy. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Get crazy. Maybe over here, maybe there's another little peninsula that comes out into the water. So it looks like that water's back behind there. There, once again, just a little reflection underneath by pulling straight down and then going across. And that's all there is to it. Take a knife, a little bit of liquid white. Maybe put the least little touch of bright red in, just enough to pink it up a little. Just give it a little pinkish flavor. Pull it out flat, cut across. Let's do that slow so you can see it. Cut across. Let's go up in here. Then we can take, and with that, just cut in the indication of just a little water line that lives right up in there. Something like that. I don't want a real distinct one, just a hint. Just a hint of color right in there, like so. There we go. All right, now already, look at the amount of depth and distance that's in that. It's that simple. Just by varying the shades. Now you could even go in here and take your knife and cut in little sticks and twigs, sometimes in between all these little areas. See, there they come. All of those little things help create the illusion of distance in your painting. There we are. That's enough to get us started. Now then, tell you what, let's have some fun here. Maybe in our world, maybe we'll just keep using the old 2-inch brush. It seems to be working pretty good. Now, change my mind. Let's go to a round brush. That's the beauty of this. You can just change anytime you want. I'm going to take a little round brush. Still go into that lavendery color. Put a little background for a tree that lives right there. There, a little darker. Each layer gets a little bit darker. All right, and maybe this tree lives on this side of the water. Tell you what, let's put a little tree trunk in there. For that, I'm going to take a little Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna mixed together. Load the brush full of color, a lot of color. See, both sides. Now I'm going to take one side and just take it through a little bit of white. So I have light on one side, dark on the other. See? White, dark. Okay? Now, we have to decide, here's our light source right here. So light's going to come from both directions. Need to keep that in mind. Keep the light side of this to the left. Need it a little bit lighter. Didn't come out quite light enough so that it shows up. We'll just do it again here. See? Get the light and the dark side both at once. See, works well. And maybe, yeah, what the heck, it's working so well. Let's do it again. Okay, one more time. We'll give him a little friend. There, now see, we have tree trunks. That easy. And let me find my little round brush. There it went. Let's go into a little bit of yellow, a little bit of sap green. Maybe there's a little green still going on back here. We decided we'd have maybe a little autumn thing, but maybe there's still a little green back here. This little small round brush does fantastic on trees like this. This is what it's just wonderful for. Just wonderful. There. Just a little green left back here, even though Jack Frost may be doing his magic. Still a little green on some of these. There, maybe he missed this one. Okay, but surely he will come back and get it. There. But for right now, still got a little color in it. We'll just let it blend right on down to about there. And maybe, now we'll start playing with color. Maybe there's a little yellow ochre right here. Touch of bright red once in a while. Down in here, maybe this tree has more color on it. Just sort of let it happen. I'm going to dip the brush into a small amount of the liquid white because, as you know, a thin paint will stick to a thick paint. So we're going to thin it down just a wee bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, maybe a little paint thinner would do better. Yes, that's much better. I'm looking for a lighter color so I can go back and, yeah, that's what I'm looking for right there. I want to highlight that a little bit. Just want to highlight it a little bit so it stands out more. All right. Okay, now, let's see, maybe over here on the other side, maybe there's a happy little bush that lives over here on this side, more into the green hues. Just play with these colors, back and forth and back. Enjoy. Just really and truly enjoy. That's what it's all about. If painting does nothing else for you, it should make you happy. Should make you happy. All right. Okay, maybe there's another little bush right here in front of that one. Just work in layers, each layer. Think about it. Think about it. Shoot, let's get crazy here. Maybe there's some bushes on this side too. While I got the old brush working, we'll put some right down there at the foots of them trees. Who knows where they go? Maybe, yeah, we'll just bring them together. See, as you paint, you begin to see all these little things. Just practice. Just practice. You'll learn to create as you paint. There we go. A little bit of black right in there. I want a dark color in here. So I want that, add a little black, maybe even a little Prussian blue. Prussian blue is much stronger than phthalo blue. I want the foreground to be darker. There. Yeah, then back to our little oval brush. Dip it into a little bit of the liquid white. A little yellow ochre, a little cad yellow, maybe even a little bright red. Just tap the brush. And we'll go back up in here. Ooh, there's a little firecracker. Little firecracker. There we go. Give my little friend that lives there. But just that easy. About like that. There. And another one. Just work in layers though. Try to leave a little dark between each group. Between each and every group. There we are. Let's go on the other side and maybe, yeah, it's a happy little bush right here too. Something like that. Just varying colors, back and forth and back. There we are. There's another one. Indian yellow sometimes. Alizarin crimson and the yellows make some gorgeous colors. Try that too, especially if you're doing fall pictures. There. Something like so. Whatever. Go back to the old 2-inch brush. We'll put a little color on it here. The same colors that we're using, the reds and the yellows. All of those beautiful colors and some green. We'll come back in here and just begin tapping in the indication of some little grassy areas that live in here. The more you tap this, the more it picks up the lavender and blue color underneath, and it'll just fade away. If you want it distinct, tap it very few times. The more you tap it, once again, the more it'll pick up that color underneath, and the darker it'll become. Use that knowledge to your advantage. We'll use some more of the dark color. We'll put the indication of maybe something that comes right down here. I'm going to add a little dark sienna. Need a brown in there. There we go. Something about like so. That easy though. It's all it takes. There. All right. Think about the lay of the land when you're putting these in. Okay. Guess what? Bravery time. I'm going to take some Midnight Black, some Van Dyke Brown Dark Sienna. Just mix all three of these together. A lot of paint. A lot of paint. Bravery test. You ready for this? Maybe in our world there lives big tree right there. Right there. Maybe the big tree has a friend. Right there. There we go. Looks like something I used to make a slingshot out of when I was a kid. Got in a lot of trouble with them. Maybe on this side. Here we go. Another big old tree. Don't let these big trees scare you. Just drop them in. It's your world, and you can put a big tree wherever you want it. Wherever you want it. Or you can put a little tree. It's up to you. Or even a tiny little tree. Whatever. You can put a lot of trees in your world. Now then, let's make several different kinds of trees just for practice. Let's say, take a little titanium white with at least a little touch of brown in it, a little roll of paint. Let's say this tree over here, let's decide it's a birch tree. Just want to show you how to make several trees here. Maybe this old birch tree lives right here. Just sort of give it a round pull. I know it didn't make any sense. Go round like that with a knife when you give it a little pull. There. Chances are, if that one's a birch, his friend will be too, since they live right together here. All right, right on up. Something like so. And you can put a little touch on the other side. Just remember where your light's coming from. Always be aware of that. The other old tree, let's take some dark sienna, a little bit of white, and maybe this tree over here is a different kind. So all we're going to do for this one is just touch, touch. Let the tree take off what it wants. Give you back what's left. Just touch. And when this is dry, you'll be able to actually feel the bark in this tree. There. And once again, this one's probably the same kind, so just touch. There, something like that. Take our liner brush, a little bit of thin paint, thinning it with paint thinner. And we'll just put the indication here and there of an old tree limb or two that lives out here. I don't know. Wherever you want them. Wherever you want them. I'm going to put some leaves up here if we have time, so it's all right. We don't care what's up here. Just the indication. A few of them will show. There. Maybe this little tree got stomped on it. He's not doing so good. Maybe he died. Maybe that's all that's left. It's just his skeleton hanging out here. And the old birch tree's got a few limbs too. A few old limbs hanging out here, enjoying the sunshine. There, wherever. All right. Now then, let's go back to our little round brush. We'll just use some of that lavender brown color, doesn't matter. Here we go. Let's just drop some happy little leaves right up here on these. It's a little round brush, it doesn't take too long to do that. In fact, I think I'll just close the whole top of this in. Makes an interesting composition. About like that. There. Anywhere you want them to be. Up to you. Up to you. Maybe right in there even. Okay. I think for this I'm going to use, so it'll stand out, I'll make an orange color out of yellow and red. Nice orange color. There, I need some paint thinner to thin that down so it sticks. Got a lot of paint on here now. There we go. Boy, that's dynamite. Bright rascal. Very bright. A little more red, a little more yellow. Ooh, I like it. I like that color. Gorgeous, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. There. Once again, remember where your light's coming from. Work with basic shapes and patterns. A few little things on this other one over here. We just use the same basic color. As I say, Jack Frost has played through here. And it's starting to turn all these gorgeous colors. I'm just looking for an excuse to use a lot of yellows and oranges because I like those colors. If you hang a painting like that in a room, it brightens the entire room. There we go. Something about like so. And that's all it takes. Puts an indication maybe of a few little things down here at the base of the tree. And with that, we about have a finished painting. I could take a little red, a little liner brush, make a quick little signature, and we'll be gone. Hope you've enjoyed this one. With that, we're going to call it done. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting, and God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. I thought today maybe we'd just do a fantastic little painting that I hope you'll enjoy. Let's start out and have them run all the colors across the screen that you'll need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what I got done today. I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I've covered it with just a very thin coat of liquid white. So it's all wet and slick and it's ready to go. So let's just have some fun today. Today, let's start with a little tiny brush, the 2-inch brush. It will take a small amount of alizarin crimson. We don't need much, just a little alizarin crimson. Just tap a little in the bristles. There we go. And let's go right up in here. I'm going to put a little bit right up in the sky today. Somewhere about like that. Just want to warm it up. Be very careful. Very careful. In a heartbeat, you can set the sky on fire. And all we want to do is warm it a little. There we go. Something about like so. That's all we need. Maybe a touch more of that, and maybe we'll have a little water down at the bottom. I'll put a little bit down here at the bottom. Maybe a little of that pinkish color will reflect right into the water. And if we don't have water, we'll just cover it up. No big deal. Because in our world, we can do anything that we want to do. All right, in that case, let's go into a little bit of the phthalo blue. Once again, don't need much and don't even have to clean the brush. The phthalo blue is so much stronger than the crimson, it'll just eat it up. Okay, let's go back up in here. And now I'm just going to make little X's, little crisscross strokes, something like that. Go all the way across the top. And bring it down till it almost touches the crimson. Once again, the blue is so much stronger, if you're not careful, it'll just eat all the crimson up. There. About like so. While I still have that brush going, I'm going to take a little Prussian blue, which is much darker, and just add to the corners on each side. Something like that. And once again, while I have the blue on the brush, I'm going to go down and put a little bit down here. If we're going to have water, we need a little blue down there. Something about like that. There we go. It really doesn't matter because we'll change it in any direction that we want when we get there. There, all right. And now the most fun part of the whole procedure. Let's clean the brush. We wash our brushes, as you know, with odorless paint thinner. And I really, really recommend that it's odorless, or you'll become the most unpopular person in the whole house. And if you do that in the living room, you're going to become unpopular too. Get your little brush beater rack that you put down in the garbage can to contain all that. There we go. I do it here in the studio because they pick on me, and It's a way of getting even with them. There we are. And besides that, it's a lot of fun. Okay, very gently, just blend the entire sky to take out the little brush strokes. And the same thing down here in the water. We're just going to blend it a little bit. See, that little bit of pink still there. Shows right through. And that's exactly what we wanted to do. All right, let's have some fun. Let's take, I've got several of these little 2-inch brushes going. I'm going to take one and tap it. Tap right into the titanium white. Show you a simple little way of making a happy little cloud. And all we're going to do is just take and tap in a very basic little shape. We don't care. Just tap it. Just tap it. There. This is the easiest way I've ever found of making very effective clouds. We just tap. But you do have to put in a basic shape. You can't just tap at random and a cloud appears. There. Think about basic shape. How this old cloud would float around and just have a good time all day. Maybe something about like that. Doesn't matter. A clean, dry brush and very gently, very gently, one hair and some air. We can just blend this rascal until it's as soft as you want it to be. That easy. That easy. All right. And we've got some happy little clouds that just live up here in our sky. Okay, great. There. If you just have a little paint on your brush, you can just beat it like that, and it'll take the paint off. And it's easier than going through the whole cleaning procedure. Let's make us a little mountain. For that, I'm going to take some Prussian blue, some black, I'll put a little brown in there too, a little Van Dyke, some crimson, maybe a little more of the crimson. And just mix them up. Cut off a little roll of paint. Should live right out on the edge of your knife. And let's decide in our world, maybe way up in here, there's just, okay, happy little mountain lives way up here. And we don't care, however you want it to be. That's the way it should be. There we are. Something like so. I'm scraping off all the excess paint, all of it. What's left is exactly right. It's absolutely perfect. There. Now I take the 2-inch brush, grab it, and just pull. That does two things. Most important, it removes excess paint, so the next layer goes on much easier. And secondly, it blends the paint down so it looks misty down at the base. And that's exactly what we're looking for today. And we can wash the old brush. Just want to wash the brush. There. As I say, that's really the most fun part of this whole procedure. Let's take some titanium white. I'm going to put the least little touch of bright red in it. And maybe even a little bit of the midnight black. I want to gray it and warm it. Don't overmix it. Leave that marbled. All those little designs will stay right in there. Okay, let's go up in here. A little roll of paint, and we touch, and we just follow the angle in the mountain. Follow it. Follow it, see? Follow right along. Just like that. That's all there is to it. No pressure, though. Absolutely no pressure. Let the knife float. I've said it over and over in other series, but when I was teaching my son Steve to paint, I used to tell him to just pretend that he was a whisper and he floated across the mountain. And it's sort of a good analogy. He understood. And today that little rascal makes the best mountains in the industry. All right. Now then, I've taken a little white, a little touch of the Prussian blue, made a little shadow color. And with that, we'll come right up in here, and we'll put the indication of some happy little shadows that live in our mountain. Right along in here. Once again, absolutely no pressure. No pressure. Just let it sort of float. And when you have this much power, you have to make decisions. Maybe right here. Yep, you're right. See, here's another little peak. And maybe it comes right on around here somewhere. I don't know. Don't know that we really care. Just want to show you how to do it, and you decide where they live. Back to our shadow color. Each little highlight needs its own individual shadow, or it won't play with you. It'll just go home. So give each one a shadow. Maybe it sort of bends over like that. It's your world. And then in your world, you can do anything that you want. Clean, dry, 2-inch brush will create a little bit of mist up here, just by tapping. Pay very close attention to the angles and follow them. Lift upward, takes out the little tap marks, sort of blends it all together. That easy. There we are. Once again, just blend it. Angles are most important though, most important. Sometimes, let's get crazy. Sometimes I like to paint like a big ridge of mountains that lives underneath one mountain that's striking. So we'll have a little ridge. It comes right down through here. We don't know where it goes. Maybe it goes on over here somewhere. I'll probably put some trees there, so don't worry about it. You know me, I always have to have a big tree. So I'll probably have a tree there. Put a little paint on, grab 2-inch brush and pull it, the same as we did before. Pull it. Really get in there and grab it. That pulls that paint down and removes excess paint. There. Something about like that. We don't care where it goes. There we are. Now we'll take, once again, I'm putting a little black with a white to gray it. Just a little. Small roll of paint and no pressure. No pressure. I'm using less paint on this one. A lot less paint, just barely touching. I just want the indication here. Think where light would hit. This mountain says our light's coming from the right. So pay attention to where light would strike. Think about it in your mind. Just think about it. Just let it go. No pressure at all. None whatsoever. I know you get tired of hearing that, but it's so important. And I get letters every day from people who say, I'm still having a little problem with the mountains. It's 99 times out of 100, it's one of two problems. The paint is too thin. Paint is too thin, and it just, as Steve, my son, says, it just mushes together. And you have mud, or you're applying too much pressure. One or the other. One or the other. There. And once you get the pressure thing down, then it's easy. Then it's so easy. I get letters every day, as I say, from people all over the world, fantastic friends. And they tell me they never believed they could paint. And they're doing paintings now that friends and relatives absolutely don't believe. I've had some of them tell me that the friends start looking real close and try to find the numbers. They think they're paint by number. That they never believed that their friend had that kind of talent. But you can do this. You really and truly can do this. There we go. I have youngsters in their 90s write and tell me that they wanted to paint their entire life. And now they're doing it. Now they're doing it. And if you can do this, you can do anything that you believe you can do. Anything. Anything. I know you can do it. And if I know, you certainly do. There. All right. But that's all I want there. It's just the indication of some nice cliffs or something that are underneath that big mountain. There we go. I'm just going to lift this up and blend this together. Something like so. I want this to be very soft at the base, though. Very, very soft. All right. Shoot, we're doing okay there. It's pretty nice looking mountains we made in just a few minutes. I'm going to take some of that mountain color, add a little white to it. I want to lighten it up a little bit. About like that. And maybe, let me clean the knife here. Get a fan brush. Maybe in our world, way back under this mountain, maybe there's an indication of a few old trees that are far away. We can't make out a lot of detail in these trees. These trees are too far away to have a lot of detail. So don't spend a lot of time trying to put every leaf on these. It will ruin the illusion of distance if you do. When things are far away, you see shape, basic color, and that's all. There. Now we can take a 2-inch brush, tap it severely right on the bottom, and lift up. I tapped it down here only to create the illusion of mist. A little bit of mist. Now then, you know me, I'm crazy about trees, so I thought maybe today we'll do a few trees. Why not? Let's take Prussian blue, phthalo green. I like phthalo green in my evergreens sometimes. A little Van Dyke, some crimson, and we'll just mix all those together. All of them together. Might as well mix a pretty good pile of paint. Wipe off the knife. I just wiped the knife on an old paper towel. There we go. Let me find an old fan brush. Hey, there's one. Got too many brushes going here. I'm going to load it full of paint, both sides. A lot of color. Okay, let's go up in here. Big decision time. We have a tree. We do have a tree that lives right there now. Just use the corner of the brush to start out. As you work down the tree, push harder and harder, really smooshing it, once again, as Steve says. He's quite a character. I think he's almost 27 years old now, and he's painted his entire life. That's all he's ever known. And I'm so proud of him. He is a character. Little short guy, he's nearly 6'6" now. Calls me Shorty. There. Little touch here. And Steve is so accomplished at what he's doing. Him and my dear friend Dana Jester, they travel around and they teach instructors how to instruct. Plus we have a couple other people that do it. There, but at his young age, he's practiced enough already that him and Dana teach people how to instruct. So we have teachers running loose all over the country. There, got to spread the joy. Okay, we'll have another one right there. Have another one right there. There we go. Wherever, this is your forest, and you can make it any way you want it. Sometimes you can just do something like this. And, because we don't worry about detail at the base, only where they stand as individuals. Down in here, you could care less. We'll separate that with highlights. You don't even have to worry down here. All you're worried about is the nice tops. See, we just made a forest right there, that easy. We'll come back with a little light green and we'll just highlight those little rascals. Easy. Okay, I like bigger trees. We are going to have a forest here. Now when you're painting, I'm not having too much trouble here, but when you're painting, when you go over a mountain like this or something, you have a hard time making it stick. Dip the brush into a little bit of paint thinner and then go through your color. It'll thin the paint just enough that you can go right over the top of that other without it mixing together so bad. All right. We said we was going to have a big tree here, so I think we should do that. There we are. Big old tree. And once again, down here, we don't care. We really don't care, because I'm going to fill this up full of trees. I want a whole forest out here in front of this beautiful mountain. There. And we'll have one more right here, just to cover up that hole we got left. And we're in business. Now, you could fill this up here with a paint roller. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Just quickly drop in some stuff. In fact, I could have painted these with 1 or 2 inch brush and been a little faster. Now then, tell you what, let's see something here. Let's just bring this together down here on the bottom. Like that. There. Just bring them together. This is our world, so we can do anything we want to here. anything we want to do. There we go. And maybe in our world, maybe a little of this is reflected right down into the water. Yep, you're right. See there? Just pull a little bit of it straight down. It's important that it comes straight down. And I'm trying to save a little bit of pink and go across. Isn't that easy? That easy. Have instant reflections. Yeah, I like that. Now then, this is the little fan brush that had the tree color on it. And I just went into some cad yellow, yellow ochre, and I'll hit the Indian yellow any minute here. Because it had blue and black in it, when I touched this, it turned green. See, take a little of that, put in there, turns beautiful green. Okay, let's go up in here. And with that color now, we can come back in here and begin picking out the highlights. Now, once again, if it doesn't stick too well, and mine's not, add a little paint thinner. See, now watch the difference. A little paint thinner, and I just pull the brush back through the color. That thinned it out, and now it sets right on top of that. There. The brush goes away, I'm just loading a little more color on it. That's all. Now, I like to keep my evergreens very dark toward the base, because that way it looks to me like there's big shadows down there. And I like to keep evergreens pretty dark, period. To me, they're darker than trees with leaves on them. But it's an individual thing. The only rule here is that you enjoy, and it makes you happy. If it does that, then it's perfect. It's perfect. Couldn't be any better, no matter what you do. There. And in painting, you will continually grow. Every painting is a learning experience. And you know in your heart that your next painting is going to be better. I tell our instructors all the time, I hope they're plagued their entire life with dissatisfaction. I know that sounds horrible, but as long as you're not satisfied with what you do, then you go back and you try it again, and you do it better and better and better. So I hope you have the same disease. I hope every painting that you do, you look at it and you say, I could do better, because you can. You learn from every painting. Every painting is a learning experience. Everything in life is a learning experience. It's not failure. If it doesn't work the way you want it, it's not failure. It just means you learned something. And as long as you're learning, you're not failing. Let's take a little on the 2-inch brush, a little of that same green, yellows, maybe a little bright red here and there. Tap. Okay, let's go up in here. And maybe in our world, see, maybe this is a beautiful little grassy area back here. It's one of them places you like to take your shoes off and let your feet run naked through there. Whew. Nice. Nice, I like little meadows. There. We need some dirt down here. We'll take a little brown, dark sienna mixed together. And we'll put the indication, some soil, dirt, whatever you want to call it. There. About like that. Just a little brown and white mixed together and make a highlight. There, just a little. I'm going to bring some grass down so it doesn't matter. A little of it will show. A little of it will show. Okay, I'm gonna grab me a 1-inch brush. I'm gonna dip it into a little bit of the liquid white, just to thin this color. Get some sap green, some yellow, a little more of the sap green there. Ooh, nice color. Pull that brush in one direction to load it, then turn it over. So the round corner is at the top. Let's go up here. With that round corner up, now we can touch, push, bend very gently, and create the illusion of all kind of little bushes and trees and happy little things. They live here. They live here in our world. A little yellow ochre, maybe a little touch of the bright red right on the end. Make a little flower. It lives out there. Sneaky, huh? Another little bush. He lives there. I know him. I know him. He's my friend. He's my friend. He's my friend. There. I know painters are a little weird to go out and make friends with bushes and trees, but that's okay. That's okay. Whatever it takes. Now back to the old 2-inch brush. And we'll come right along in here And put in some more of that soft grassy area. There. Just a little here and there. Wherever you think they should be. Bring them together. The more you tap, the softer they'll become. Till it looks like velvet laying out here or silk. You can do that. You really can do that. A little bit of the liquid white. And we can come right in here. Zoom. Cut in a little waterline indication. This is just a light area between the darks, that's all. Just a little light between the dark. All right. Wherever. Something like that. Now, sometimes it's fun. We get crazy. I'm going to take the old 1-inch brush and maybe over here on this side, there's a little bush lives right here. We'll just drop in some dark so we'll have something for our light to show on. There we go. Get our brush that has the green, sap green and the yellow on it. And let's just pop in a happy little bush right here. This bush sits on this side of the water and watches everything happen. There we are. Okay, a little touch more right in there. Shoot. I got that rascal where we want it. Tell you what. I think that one's about done. I'm going to take a little bit of red. We'll sign that one. Call it finished. Hope you've enjoyed this little painting. It'll give you experience with all the equipment. And if you can do this one, you can do anything. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. And God bless, my friend. Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today. You sort of caught me there. Tell you what, let's start out today and have them run all the colors across the screen that you need to paint along with us. While they're doing that, let me show you what you caught me doing. Today I have my standard old pre-stretched double prime canvas, and I'm just covering the entire canvas with a very thin coat of phthalo blue. And that's all we're doing. We just take a 2-inch brush and scrub it in. The canvas is dry. Just going to cover the entire canvas with this very thin coat, and I'm really scrubbing it in. There's not a lot of paint here. All I want to do is just stain the canvas. That's all. So that's all it takes. Just scrub it in. There. I suggest you use one of your old brushes to do this because it'll sort of wear a brush out. There we are. But that's all it takes. Then right off the bat, we get to wash our brush first thing this time. There. Okay. We just wash our brush with odorless paint thinner, as you know. Shake it off. And just beat the devil out of it. All right. Grab another 2-inch brush. I have several of them going here. I thought today we'd just do a little scene that's very simple, that I hope you'll like. And we're going to start off with a little bit of the midnight black and just tap one corner. There, you can see it good. One corner. Right there. Okay, let's go up in here. Now maybe in our world, there's just a happy little cloud that lives up here. This is pure midnight black. Pure black. This is going to be sort of like an evening or early night scene. Guess that sounds right. I want it dark. This is our world, so we can create all kind of illusions in it. There we are. Maybe big old floaty cloud that lives right up through here somewhere. Just using the corner of the brush, a little more paint. And we'll just begin applying this however we want it. Think about little forms and shapes in your clouds and just let them happen. Clouds are interesting. You see all kinds of things in them. Shoot, when we were kids, my brother Jim and I, we used to sort of lay on our back out in the field and look up at clouds and see all kinds of crazy shapes in them. I bet you've done that too, whether you'll admit it or not. There you go. But you see all kinds of shapes in there. There. Wherever, it doesn't matter. There we go. This is the last show of the 28th Joy of Painting series. So I'm certainly glad you're with us today. Certainly glad you're with us. There. Because this is really the highlight of my whole life, is to make these shows and to join you in your home or wherever you happen to be and paint along with you. There. That's what I think every artist craves and needs, is for people to accept his work. And through television, you have done that. This has become the most popular art show in the history of television, and it's your fault. And I thank you very, very much for your support, for all the calls and the letters that have went to stations all over the country, literally all over the world now. That's what keeps us on the air. So if you have time, give them a call. Give them a call. They need your support anyway. All right. And we can put just a couple over here somewhere. Now then, tell you what, let's do. I'm gonna get one of my little blender brushes and just tap one little corner into the least little bit of titanium white. Tiny little bit. You can always add more. And maybe right here behind this cloud, there's a little light coming out. So we're just gonna paint with the blender brush because I want it to be very soft, very gentle. This takes very little paint. Very little paint. And it's gonna mix with the blue, and we'll just have a light source coming from right behind that cloud. There we go. See, looks like it. Maybe the moon's back here. Maybe it's coming out of this side too. We don't know. But see, in your world, you can create any illusion that you want. Any illusion. That's what's so great about this. I like painting because it gives me total freedom. And it's the only place in my whole life that I've had total freedom to do anything that I wanted to do, to create any illusion that I needed, to go to any world that was desirable. There, and you can do that. You can do that. There we are. But isn't that neat, the way it looks like now light's coming from behind that little rascal? And that's all there is to it. There, firm that cloud up just a little bit with the old 2-inch brush. And that's basically all I'm going to do for this guy. When you're doing yours, you may want to put a little more detail in. It's up to you. Up to you. But this will certainly show you how to do it. What you do is up to you. There. See there? We got old cloud hiding up there looking out. Got the moon behind him and he's watching everything. Let's have some fun. I'm going to take, might as well mix up a pretty good pile, alizarin crimson and sap green. The two of them together make a gorgeous, gorgeous brown. I'm going to mix it sort of to the reddish side. That's my favorite. But you may like it more to the green side. It's up to you. Up to you. We'll just put that pile up there. Wipe the knife off. Today, let's use the little small round brush. We'll go right into that nice brown color that we just made. Just tap the brush into it. That's all, no big deal. Just tap it right into it. Okay, let's go up in here. Maybe in our world there lives, does now, some little trees back here in the background, wherever. All we're doing is putting in some dark color so our light will show. Just a little bit of dark. There it comes. There. All I'm looking for is just very basic little shapes, like little trees that are far away back here, like so. There. We don't care. Tell you what, I've got several of these brushes going. I'm going to grab another one, and on that one I'm going to put a little bit of yellow, bright red. I'll just mix them on the brush here. A little yellow ochre, and tap. Just tap it to load it. A little more bright red maybe. Ooh, that's nice. I'm making an orange color, because orange, when put against blue, is striking. Let's go up here. Oh, isn't that gorgeous? I like colors like that. They do nice things for you. And of course, none of us are interested in selling paintings, but if you're out there selling a painting now and then, these kind of colors sell. People love them. They brighten up a dull room. There. Just sort of vary back and forth between the reds and the yellows, but notice they're brighter on the top than they are on the bottom. Need a little shadow toward the bottom. That makes them look real. There we go. Wherever. All right, I'm going back to the other side. Right here. Forgot that little rascal. Don't want him left out. Nothing worse than a mad tree. They really get upset with you sometime. Don't want to upset him. There. Okay, back to my brush. That 2-inch brush has brown on it. And let's put a little bit of brown under here. Don't want to lose all that blue flavor. See, that blue's still going to show through. I hope you can see that. But it'll still show through, sort of. This whole painting will have sort of a bluish cast to it because of the phthalo blue that we put underneath. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. That's exactly what I'm looking for. If we can just literally, I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's just put a lot down here. We'll decide where we're going with it later. Why not? We'll just keep going. We'll just keep going. But notice I'm intentionally not covering up all that blue. I want it to show through. See these areas in here where it's showing through? I'm looking for that. It's important to me in this particular painting. There. See, now anybody can do this. Anybody can do this. Nice and easy. Maybe we'll bring it all the way down. What the heck? If we want to change our mind, we can do that later too. It doesn't matter. Since this is our world, we can do anything that we want to do here. Any old thing. All right. Now we got enough brown on here to get us started. Going back to my little small round brush, little half round brush. Tap in a little more of that same brown color. And yep, you know Bobby, gotta have a big tree in his world. There. Sometimes I get letters from people that said your painting was just perfect until you put that silly old big tree in it at the end. Please don't feel just because I put a tree in here that you have to. If you don't want a tree in your world, don't put it in. That's what makes painting so great. It's a very individual thing. All right. Oh, some on the other side too. What the heck? We'll just sort of fill this in. Well, we could have actually done all this with a 2-inch brush. It wouldn't have mattered. Would not have mattered. There. Now then, let's have some fun. I'm going to take a little touch of that same color that we used, tap a little onto the old 2-inch brush. Okay, let's go up in here and very gently begin putting in some little soft grassy areas back in here. There we are. See, that's all there is to it. All there is to it. I'm going to take a little titanium white, put a little black with it and make a gray color. About like so. There, a little white, a little black. Make us a little gray. We'll play with that. We'll use that as a highlight color once in a while. We'll just touch a little of that. Oh yeah, ooh, that's nice. That's nice. That's just what I was looking for. Just exactly. Exactly. Ooh, I get excited sometime. Sorry. There we are. That easy. I'm just going to sort of jump back and forth between all those little colors, and every once in a while hit that gray color we made just to highlight a little. Sometimes maybe even a little bit of the little touch of that phthalo blue, because I want to keep this blue hint throughout this painting. There, back and forth and back. There we are. All right. A little more of the yellow ochre, a little red. Okay. Tell you what, let's do. I'm going to take a little yellow, a little bit of the bright red. We'll mix them together right here. I want to make a little pile of orange. Ooh, that's nice. Orange to the red side. Wipe the knife. Take my little round brush and tap right in there. Just tap it. That's all there is to it. Okay, let's go back up here. Now then, I want to come back. Ooh, nice. I want to come up in here and begin putting some little highlights right up on those, all of those little trees that we painted. There they come. Think about form and shape and little arms sticking out in there. That's what makes your tree special. That's what makes it special. There we go. I like these. Like to do paintings like this. A lot of fun. And they're easy. Even if you've never painted. These are simple little paintings. In fact, we try to design all these paintings in this series for people who have painted a lot, as well as for people who are just beginning. There. And they work for everybody. We hope. I'm going to do that on the other side too. Only maybe less distinct over here. Just a little. Just some indications. I think I'll put maybe some more trees in front of this one. So I don't want this one as distinct. Just some little indications. There. Okay. Yeah, we can sort of come up in here and clean up the bottom of that a little, just by tapping in some little grassy areas. Something about like that. All right. Let's take our little filbert. I'm going to go into that brown color I made. Take the little filbert brush. And in my world, I think here's a tree. Yep, you're right. Lives right there. Happy little tree. And he's got a little friend there. We don't even know where he goes. Got another arm there. There's one. However many trees we want in our world. Take our liner brush, a little bit of that same brown color, and we'll just put the indication here and there of a few limbs, something like so. I'm going to put leaves on these, so we don't have to put a lot of detail in them. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. A few of these little limbs will show, but the majority of them we'll cover up. There we are. Something like that. While we got that old brush going, I'm going to go right into a little bit of that gray color we made with a little paint thinner. And maybe down in here, put the indication of a little fence that lives back here. I don't want it to be very distinct. It's too far away. Just like so. Just a little indication. It's way back in the distance. Now, back to our little brush. And we'll put a few little leaves out here on this. I decided I was going to do that. That's the reason I wasn't worried about what was behind it so much. See? Maybe even down in here. See, you just put these wherever you think they should be. And we'll take them and put a little paint thinner on the brush because we're getting quite a buildup of paint. And I'll go right into my orangey color that I made. Okay, and we'll have a few little highlights right up here on that rascal. You just put them wherever you think they should be. There. I like it. Do like it. It's the colors that I like so well in this particular painting, I think. They just get prettier the more we do. All right, something about like so. That's about all we need. Okay, ready to get crazy? Let's do it. Maybe right out here in our world, we'll check you. This is your bravery test. Maybe, yeah, what the heck. Maybe there's a big old cabin out here. Maybe it's got a big roof like that. Just sort of lay it out in your mind. Use the knife. Maybe there's a little porch sticks out here. I don't know. Don't know that it even matters. I'm just removing excess paint. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, I didn't make quite enough of that brown color. Crimson and sap green just mixed together. Just mix up a little more right here real quick. All right, now then, take a little of that brown and we can begin blocking in our little house. just begin blocking it in like that. See, you're not committed yet. You can still change your mind if you want to. That's what's so great. Over here, see, just pull that across, straight down. There. It's a good way to see if you like your little house. We were going to have a little porch sticking out there. We can do that easy. Right down the side. There. Over here. I know this doesn't make any sense, but it will in just a second. It will, I hope. We'll see. We'll see. Now, I'm going to take some white, a little bit of that brown color, and a little black in it. And I don't want to overmix it. And let's start down here. And it's too bright. I want it darker than that, so I'm going to put a little more black in it. It's too bright for this painting. That's a little better. Now we'll just begin putting like some shingles on there. Some old shingles on the house. Most of them have been blown off over the years, but there's still a few hanging up here still. I'm using the small edge of the knife. There we go. There they come. There they come. Something about like so. Most of them have been blown away. Take that same color. Actually, it's just brown and white. A little black in it. There we go. Pull that straight down, like so. And over on this side here, almost nothing. Almost nothing. Little post right out here to hold up gotta hold up our little porch. There. Little touch of highlight that runs right along there, just to make that stand out. There. A little bit of brown, and we'll turn that into old boards or slabs just by touching, making little streaks. All this we'll just cut off and do a cabinectomy later. Let's have a big window, big picture window. Take a little bit of the caddy yellow with a little touch of yellow ochre in it. There. Now. There, fix this little window all up. And we got a window right there so he can see out. Now then, let's go back, pick all of our colors, and let's just begin filling this in with little grassy areas all up through here. See. There. All right, maybe a little of that gray color. Just to put some little highlights here and there, wherever. But isn't that something else? You can do little paintings like this. They're very easy, and they work for you. They work for you. And you have unlimited time at home. You can just piddle and play and have more fun. If I take too much time here, they have no sense of humor. None whatsoever. There. I'm using a little bit of the phthalo blue once in a while and a little bit of that gray just to sort of mix them together. Whatever. But that blue hint will come through on the entire painting just because you underpainted it with blue. There we go. All kinds of little things living in here. The lay of the land here is very important, the way the land flows. So pay attention to that. Don't just throw these in at random. Don't just throw them in at random. All right. Okay, we're coming right along here. We'll just take this all the way down to the bottom. It doesn't matter, wherever you want to go with it, wherever. I want it to be a little darker down here, so I'm going more into the browns. All right. Same thing over in here. About like that. And you can take your time, and as I say, you can really work at this and smooth it all out. It's unbelievable what you can do. And I know you can do it. I know you can do it. There we go. As I mentioned, this is the last show of the 28th Joy of Painting series. And I want to thank you very much for being with us. It really is your support that keeps us on the air. And you're special. Very, very special. Without you, we wouldn't be here. So before we have to leave, I want to, on behalf of my partners, Walt and Annette Kowalski, and all the fantastic people here at the station, we'd like to thank you for your support and for making us feel special. I'm going to take a little of that paint thinner, a little yellow ochre here and there. Maybe there's some bushes that live down here. We'll throw in a few little weeds. We'll use a little yellow ochre, sometimes a little bit of cad yellow, a little red, just mixed together. Just to give the impression, ooh, there's a nice one. Some nice little bushes that live right here. There. Something about like that. Shoot, I think we about have a finished painting. Let's sign this rascal. Take a little paint thinner, a little bit of red, and we'll sign it. Really hope you've enjoyed this painting and this entire series. It's always our pleasure to be with you. And from all of us here, I'd like to wish you happy painting. Until next time, God bless, my friend.